Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thank you all for joining today. Today's going to be an action-packed day. We're going to be covering a lot. We're good on audio?
Ask them.
All right. So today, what we're is how you can get started in real estate, how you can start making money in real estate. We're going to cover specifically wholesaling today. Wholesaling is a way for you to start making money in the real estate industry. You don't need credit. You don't need a ton of money. You don't need to be wealthy. You don't need a big balance sheet. I'm going to show you today. If you're watching this, it's Thursday. If you're watching this from your job, you're sitting on your couch, wherever you're watching this from right now, if you have the desire to leave whatever circumstance you're currently in and you want to make the leap into working for yourself and learn how to make money, in the real estate industry, I'm going to show you the easiest, the simplest, and the cheapest way to do that today. This is the Wholesaling Live Real Estate Workshop. The whole day we're going to be covering the steps of wholesaling, how to wholesale, how to find wholesale deals, how to find markets, how to make offers, how to analyze the deals, and how to find buyers for those deals so that you can make money. There's going to be a long day today from about right now till 4 or 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So I want you to make sure that you have everything that you need. I don't want you to get up and miss some important information. Make sure that you have a piece of paper so that you can take notes. Matter of fact, everybody was emailed who registered for the event. You were emailed a PDF copy of this workbook right here. This workbook is what we're going to be going through today, and you'll be able to take notes through that. So for those of you who don't know, my name is Alex Kaufman. I am one of the owners of Teifke Real Estate, Tier 3 Capital, Matt. Matt's not able to join us live today, but he is here in the chat viewing it with you guys. So I own Teifke Real Estate with Matt. We are a real estate brokerage. We are real estate investors. We raise capital and buy real estate. We've been doing this for a long time. We own about a $40+ million real estate portfolio. We're about to add $10 million more to that portfolio for a couple of deals we're about to close. We have wholesale deals. We flip deals. We own single family rentals, 2 to 4 units, commercial multifamily, mobile home parks. And we've also wholesaled all the above as well. And today, like I said, we're going to be showing you how we have done that and how you can do it for yourself and for your family. We've made millions of dollars wholesaling real estate, and right now is a really great time to get into the real estate industry. If wholesaling is your entry point, that's good. But I want everybody to recognize and realize that real estate is not just about getting rich quick. It's not about making a quick buck as a wholesaler, as a real estate agent or broker. The true value in real estate and how you're truly going to set yourself, your family, and future generations up for indefinitely is by owning real estate. But wholesaling is a good entry point. So I want to thank everybody for showing up today. You're taking time out of your valuable day. Maybe, like I said, you're at work. Maybe you're with the kids. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for taking this seriously. And thank you for taking this first step for yourself. It's important. I hear a lot of people all the time, especially in the Facebook comments. I hear a lot of people who think that this is not possible for them. They believe that you do have to be wealthy because of the color of their skin. They can't invest in real estate because they have kids, because they're from another country and they migrated here. There's all these limiting beliefs that people have as to why they can't be successful in real estate. And this is what I want to smash today. I want to show you guys that it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what the color of your skin is, how much money you make, what your credit score is, what your past is, how you grew up. None of that stuff matters. You do have the ability to be successful in real estate. You do have the ability to create wealth for yourself and for your family through real estate. It's not just for the wealthy. There's no secrets. All of this information is available to you, and you do have the ability to apply it. All you have to do is apply it. It does take hard work. It's not necessarily easy, but it's not rocket science at the same time. Anybody can do this. Me and my partner, Matt, we're not the smartest guys in the world. We're not, Albert Einsteins, but we understand deals. We understand how value works, and we understand how to extract value from situations. So if we can do it, you can do it too. Matter of fact, I want to show you guys this. Go ahead and share the screen. All right, cool. So you can see this right here. All right, so this right here, this picture, this was me 9 years ago. This is in Williamson County Jail. This was the last time that I used drugs or alcohol. I've been sober for about 9 years since this day here. But this was my life. This is what I did from 11 years old till 21 years old. I was under the influence of drugs and alcohol, every single day. I was miserable. I was going nowhere in life. I always knew that I was meant for bigger and better things. But at this point in my life, I thought that I was going to get rich and wealthy by dealing drugs and selling weed. That didn't work out too well for me. And by the time I was 21 years old, I was a full-blown heroin addict. Like I said, this was the last time I was arrested for a possession of marijuana drug charge here in Williamson County, Texas. And I've been sober ever since. But I explain all this to show you that, if I can do it, someone who is shooting heroin, someone who, everybody had given up on, I had given up on myself. Somebody who, was going nowhere in life and, generally would be viewed by the public as, a hindrance to society and a low life. If I can turn my life around and I can be successful in real estate, then you can do it too. Back here, my net worth is probably negative. I probably had a negative net worth. Today, like I said, we own $40+ million worth of real estate. We have thriving businesses, and we've made millions and millions of dollars practicing what I'm going to be showing you guys today. So I think it's really important, whatever you're thinking right now, whatever you were thinking last night, whatever your family or your husband or your wife or your sister, your brother, whatever people are telling you, and most importantly, whatever you're telling yourself about why this can't be possible for you, why you can't achieve this, it's not true. And we want to smash through that today. Because if I can do it, you can do it. I promise you. All right. We can go back to just me, Kat. So again, thank you guys for showing up. You have been emailed this workbook. If you can't find it, look, I think I saw some people in here say they didn't get it. Maybe it's because you just signed up, but everybody was emailed this. If you don't see it in your regular inbox, check your spam. If somebody tells me that they've sent me a important email, I check my trash, I check my spam, I check my junk folder, I check everywhere to try and find this because I know we've sent it to you. But anyways, download that, take notes through it. If you don't have it, can't print it, whatever, just grab a piece of paper because we're going to be going over some very important information today. All right, so you got the workbook. Make sure you get that ready. And here, there's one thing that I want you guys to take away from today. And it's, initially what I told you is get rid of those limiting beliefs. But what I really want you to take away from today is to realize how simple it is to make money in real estate. The things that I show you today are not going to require much from you. They do require work. They do require practice. They do require you go out there and put in some action. But that's it. It's really simple to be able to start practicing this and making money, wholesaling in real estate, buying real estate, and start achieving your dreams, start increasing your income. The average wholesale fee in the United States is about $16,000. And you can do that at least once a month. You can do it twice a month. And if you're working right now, I looked this up earlier. I looked this up this morning because I was curious what the answer was. And the average person in the United States right now, the average salary, I guess this statistic is out of every single person who's working. The average salary is about $57,000. Let's divide by 52, divide by 40. It's about $27 an hour is how much the average person in the United States makes. And what I'm going to show you today is going to show you how you can make, let's see here, assuming you do put in 160 hours worth of work a month, let's see, 32,000 divided by 160. I'm going to show you how you can make a minimum of $200 an hour simply by wholesaling 2 deals a month. It's super simple. It's super easy. I'm going to show you all the steps today, but you're not capped at the $57,000. And I'm sure a lot of us in here are making less than $57,000 a year. Back that picture that I showed you when I first got sober 9 years ago, I was making $8.25 an hour. And then I got a raise to $8.50 working at Firehouse Subs. Then I moved back to Austin and I got a raise to, I think it was $10 an hour. I was working in the kitchen, washing dishes. Then I got a raise to $12 an hour. But wherever you're at financially right now, it's not your cap. and don't allow, the average, annual salary in the United States to be your goal either. Your goal should be to make, whatever it is, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $5 million a year, and it's all possible. So we're going to show you how to do that today. Go ahead and put me on the slides here, Kat. What we're going to do first is it's really important to know where you're currently at. What is your current knowledge? What do you know? What do you need to learn? I want you to take a few minutes. I'm going to put on this slide here, and I want you to answer these questions. If you've downloaded the PDF, this is going to be page 4 inside the workbook. But if not, go ahead and just write this down on a piece of paper. But I want you to take this wholesaling assessment. I want you to rate your confidence in each one of these following 10 areas. Rate each one of them 1 to 10, and we're going to see where you're at the end of this. So go ahead and put this on the screen, Kat. Go ahead and put this on the screen, Kat, and then put some music on, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes after we've all taken a chance to answer these questions. All right. All right. Cool. So hope everybody took a chance to read through the wholesaling assessment. Like I said, it's important to know where you're at. I know in the chat, everybody's got the link to the workbook. Download it. You're going to have to print it in order to write on it. But anyway, what we got here, we're going to be going through a few exercises today. It's important that you don't just listen to me talk this whole time. I really want y'all to learn something and take something away so that you can go implement this in your business. All right, so let's see here. The wholesaling assessment, it's good to know where you're at. And I go ahead and put in the chat here. I'm curious. What was everybody's ratings? Are you 1 to 20, you 21 to 40, 41 to 60, 61 to 80, or are you most certain an expert and you should be up here teaching this this workshop with me today? All right, so we're going to dive into the workbook here in a second. I do want to tell you guys, this is not just about us getting up here teaching, us getting up here and hearing ourselves talk. We want to go further with you. We want to partner with you. We want to do deals with you. The way that me and Matt have, built this real estate portfolio is not by ourselves. Real estate is a team sport. You need to build connections. You need people on your team. You need to do deals with people. And that's our goal and our desire with you. Our intention today is to build a deeper and better relationship with you. We want to be doing deals with you for the rest of our lives. So for today and for today only, we are making a special offer for those who want to get courses. You're going to learn a lot of stuff today, but inside these courses that we're offering, you're going to learn everything in a much deeper level. You're going to be able to get the cash flowing rentals course. We sell it for $1,997 on our website. You get the wholesaling jumpstart course. Everything you're learning today, plus a lot more. You're going to get the contracts. You're going to get how to negotiate with sellers. You're going to get certain softwares that you need to be able to wholesale real estate, things that are going to make your life easier. You're going to learn how to negotiate with sellers. You're going to get the scripts. You're going to get everything else, the dispo contracts, the purchase and sale contracts inside the wholesale and jumpstart course. We sell that for $1,997 on our website. And you're going to get the House Flipping Made Easy course. We sell that for $1,997. Become Recession Proof Training, $97 value. And How to Invest with $0, $97 value. We sell all that stuff for over $6,100 on our website. But for today only, for everybody who joined this live workshop, we're making an offer to where y'all can access it for only $57 a month. Sign up, it's $57 a month. You cancel at any time. It's a self-pay. So you sign up, get it, and you go through all the courses in the next week, cancel, and you just got $6,100 worth of value for only $57. But you'll have access to it for as long as you want to for only $57 a month. We're doing that today because we want to teach you. We want to partner with you. And when you do this, you're able to work with our team. You're able to send deals to us. We're able to help you analyze these deals and partner on these deals together. But if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know how to do it, and you don't know how to identify deals, it's impossible for us to partner with you. We have people all the time who just send us, an address and say, hey, I found this property. And yeah, that's great. But you need to learn how to take it the extra 10 steps to really figure out if it's a deal or not and if you can make money on it. And also, too, this is just for the hustlers. This is definitely not for everybody here. But this QR code, go ahead, scan it, fill out the application. This is to work with us on a much deeper level. This is for those who the courses are great, but they really want some more hands-on training and come into the office and really partner with us. We select a very few people to join the entrepreneur community, and this is the application for it. So scan this if you're one of the hustlers and you want to take advantage of this opportunity. All right, so we're going to dive into wholesaling basics and rules. All right, this is going to be on page 7 inside your workbook. Follow along, make sure you take notes. This is going to be really important. A lot of people associate wholesaling with just single-family houses. And yes, you can wholesale single-family houses, but you can also wholesale much, much, much more. We've wholesaled industrial warehouses. We've wholesaled land. We have wholesaled office buildings. We've wholesaled duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, single-family homes. My partner Matt has wholesaled apartment buildings. We've wholesaled apartment buildings. I think the first two deals that Matt and I wholesaled together was 16 units, 2 8plexes in New Braunfels, and also a duplex. So I want you to expand your mind into understanding that you can wholesale more things than just single family houses. Doesn't matter what market you're in. So you can wholesale single family. You can wholesale residential multifamily, 2 to 4 units. You can wholesale commercial multifamily. Commercial multifamily is anything that's 5+ units. So 5 units to 500 units, it's all considered commercial multifamily. You can wholesale mobile home parks. You can wholesale storage units. You can wholesale industrial buildings. These are things like warehouses. It doesn't matter if they're metal warehouses. You can wholesale, all that stuff that you drive by that businesses operate out of. If it's real estate, you can wholesale it. Retail buildings, land, and office. Make sure you write all this down. You can wholesale more things than just single family homes. I want to see if I can pull this up real quick. I'm going to show y'all some things that we've wholesaled before. Rawhide, dang, I don't remember any of the addresses. Round Rock, Texas. All right, we wholesaled, you see this, I think it's Rawhide. Maybe it's not. I'm going to remember some of these addresses. Matt, if you can text these to me or put them in the chat, I'm going to look up these addresses and show people, oh, it's Greenlawn. Greenlawn Boulevard, we wholesaled. Greenlawn Boulevard is a street here in Round Rock, Texas, and they have a bunch of duplexes. We wholesaled, let's see here. I think we're a little further down, but we wholesaled a row of 11 duplexes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is them right here. 9, 10, 11. All of these duplexes right here, they're owned by one owner. We got them under contract, and we wholesaled them all to different buyers. And we made about a $500,000 wholesale fee in probably 85 days. Got them under contract with the seller at a good price, found buyers for the duplexes, and made $500,000 in about 85 days. And I'm going to show you guys how you can do this today. But I want you to understand that it's not just single family houses that you can wholesale. I wish I knew A.W. Grimes' address, but we wholesaled. Oh, this is not him. Who is this? Not this guy. We didn't wholesale that guy. A.W. Grimes, Round Rock, Texas. We wholesaled. Let's see here. We wholesaled 9.213 acres and made a wholesale fee of $700,000. We got the property under contract for $2 million. We found a buyer for it for $2.7 million. And from the point that we found the buyer, in about 65 days or so, we made $700,000 cash. This was some land, raw land. I need you to remove that chat. This was raw land that we got in Round Rock, Texas. 9.213 acres, $700,000 wholesale fee. What is Iron Horse Drive, Round Rock, Texas? This is a property that I wish that we bought. Let's see here. It's these right here. Yeah, these warehouses. This is industrial. This is what I was just telling you guys about. These warehouses right here. It is all of these is 2 tracts of land. It's this tract of land right here, and then this tract of land. There's 12 units, 11 warehouses, and a house here in the back. We got this under contract for $2.3 million, and we wholesaled it for $2.5 million. Made $200,000, 60, 70 days. These are the types of deals that y'all can do. These are the types of deals that people are buying right now. It's not just single family homes. So open up your mind to the things that you can wholesale. Also, too, a thing to note, I want you to write this down, is that if you're going out there and you're trying to wholesale houses that are worth 50 grand, there's no way in hell you're ever going to be able to make a $200,000 wholesale fee on that house. But if you're going out and you're finding properties that are worth $2 million, it's very easy for you to make a $200,000 wholesale fee. So the more valuable the property, the bigger the deal, the more money you can make. If you're wholesaling only houses that are $50,000 to $100,000, a $10,000 wholesale fee is going to be a win for you. But you go out and you find deals like this, industrial deals, and you wholesale them, you can make hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've done it many times with land, commercial assets, and we've made plenty of 10, 20, 30, $40,000 wholesale fees on residential deals as well. All right, so these are all the assets that you can wholesale. If it's real estate, you can wholesale it. You put it under contract, you find a buyer for it at a higher price, and you get to keep that difference. So, like I mentioned earlier, we're moving on to page number 8 inside your workbook. Like I mentioned earlier, real estate is a team sport. You need good team members. You're not going to be able to do this on your own. You need to establish and build a good team. It's extremely important. I've been extremely blessed to have a partner like Matt, and Matt and I build these teams together and do this together. Because if you're out there doing it on your own, it's absolutely possible, but it's going to be a ton of work, and you need people. And even if you are out there trying to do this on your own without partners such as us or people here in this chat, you're going to need team members to help you get the deals done. So you need investor-friendly real estate agents. Write this down. Everybody says, that real estate agents are the worst. Most of the, especially the residential investment community, the commercial investment community, they love working with brokers. Brokers have the deals. Brokers get the deals done. Some sellers may not like the commercial brokers, but there's, especially in the residential investor community and residential real estate agents, they seem to not like each other too much, which is a shame because they could be making a lot of money together. They should be working together as a team and helping each other out. Real estate agents are out there every single day finding deals, talking to sellers, going on listing appointments. They're plugged in. They know who investors are. You need investor-friendly real estate agents who are on your team. Now, the key there is investor-friendly real estate agent. You want someone who knows what a deal is. You want someone who's going to be able to go out there and identify deals and bring them to you. You want someone who is out there hustling, door knocking, cold calling, pounding the pavement every single day, finding deals, connecting with people, because they're going to bring those opportunities to you so that you can get deals done and they can get paid. Another thing that I think a lot of people miss is wholesalers working with other wholesalers, right? There seems to be this competition that people don't want, to work with other wholesalers. They don't like other wholesalers. We don't really consider ourselves wholesalers. We're real estate investors, but we do utilize wholesaling as an exit strategy, and we love working with wholesalers. Wholesalers, similar to the investor-friendly real estate agents, are the ones out there hustling every day. The good ones, at least. If they're not hustling, then they're not making any money. But those who are out there finding deals, you want to partner with them. You want to be a source for them. Maybe you have a buyer for a deal that they've got under contract, and you can bring it together and y'all split the fee, or vice versa. You need to build these relationships. You need to be out in the market, connecting with agents, wholesalers, and other people in the industry, and find the ones that you really like to really start developing deeper relationships with them. It's important to build this team, because if you don't, you're going to be left on the sidelines wondering what to do next. All right, next is investors, right? When you find a deal at under market and you're marking it up, you need somebody to buy that deal. The person who's going to buy that deal is likely going to be an investor. You want to build relationships and build your investor database and continue to nurture and foster this database. Don't just, post something on the internet or post a form out there and say, hey, if you're an investor, fill this out, and then never talk to them. You need to develop these relationships. You need to understand what they're buying, why they're buying, where they're buying, how they're buying. It's also good insight into the market, into what more sophisticated people are doing in the market right now. If you're wholesaling right now, but you desire to start buying these properties and building wealth through real estate ownership, it'll only benefit you to talk to more sophisticated people and to build those relationships to understand and learn what they're doing and why they're doing it. But also, these people are going to be the ones who pay you. They're going to be the ones who buy your deals, and you need to have and build an investor database and relationships. Hard money lenders. Now, when you're wholesaling, you're not buying a property. All you're doing is you're putting a property under contract, you're marking up the price, and you're taking a fee by allowing another investor to step in and buy that property. So you don't actually need to get a loan to wholesale real estate. You don't need to get a loan. You don't need to show a bank a credit score. You don't need to do anything other than find value and transfer that value to somebody else for a fee. But you do want good hard money lenders on your team because your buyers likely are going to need them. If you get in a pinch, where this has happened to us many times, where we plan on assigning the contract, and what that means is I get this property under contract for $100,000. I know that Matthew is an investor and he'll buy it for $110,000. I'm going to assign my rights to this contract to Matthew for $10,000. Seller's going to get $100,000. Matthew is going to get the property, and I'm going to get $10,000. But there's been plenty of instances where we've had land deals. I think the A.W. Grimes property, we needed to double close on it. The duplexes where we made $500,000. It seems it's always on the big deals with $500,000 plus worth of fees that we're about to make, where we end up having to actually close on the property. And we did that via relationships with our hard money lenders. There was one time we were wholesaling like 20 some acres in Georgetown, Texas. We were going to make about $460,000 or $480,000 as our fee. We ended up getting it under contract with a seller, and we were selling it to the neighbor who is a developer. She wanted to add the extra land to her development. So we were going to make like $480,000. And then at closing, the seller went through every single document to sign and signed every single thing except one document. And that one document was going to allow for pass-through funding for a double close where we didn't have to bring any money to closing. But he absolutely refused to sign that because he wanted to screw us. So that's fine. We structured the deal appropriately. We had, a week to 2 weeks plus until we actually had to close on it. The buyer's money was already in escrow. It was ready to close and fund, everybody get paid, but the seller refused to sign that one document. So we made a phone call to one of our hard money lender relationships, and we said, hey, we need $2 million in 48 hours, and we'll pay you for it. We've got the buyer's funds are at closing. We're going to be making $480,000 on this wholesale deal. And the seller won't sign this document. We need $2 million to be wired to the title company for 20 minutes. Wire the $2 million. Title receives it. It's going to close and fund. We'll immediately wire it back to you, plus whatever fee you want to charge us for lending us this money for 20 minutes. And the only reason we were able to get that done was because of this hard money lender relationship. It's really, really, really important that you develop these relationships and add these people to your team. Next is title companies or attorneys, depending on what state that you're in. but you need to find a title company and attorney that is going to be able to facilitate your wholesale deal from A to Z without any issues. Title companies can really ruin a transaction. We've had that one of those first wholesale deals that I was talking about, 16 units that Matt and I, 2 8-plexes that Matt and I wholesaled. We were going to make, I think on that one, it was a $125,000 wholesale fee. And the title company was requested on behalf of the seller. They didn't want to use any other title company besides this one. And generally, it's fine, and we're able to work through those issues, but we would have much rather used our wholesale-friendly title company. But anyways, the title company tried to tell us that our fee was too big. They said, no, you can't make that much. And I said, why the hell not? Who are you to say how much money I can make on this deal? And they didn't have a good answer for it. They tried to say it's because of this, it's because of that. It can only be, it can't be more than 10% of the purchase price, or whatever dumb excuse that they tried to say we couldn't make that much money. And I fought it and fought it and fought it, and it ended up going through, and they paid us as much money as we were supposed to receive. But they're not in charge of telling me how much money I can make. You're there to facilitate a transaction that we're bringing to you. You have zero say in how much money I make. You need to process this deal and push it through. But that's an instance and an example of how a title company who's unfamiliar with wholesaling can screw a deal up, or they leak, and communicate to the wrong party the wrong information. It's really important that you find a title company or attorney to work with that knows what wholesaling is. That way there are no hiccups or issues, and they handle it with ease. I can't tell you how important that is. And last but not least is contractors. If you're unfamiliar with how much rehabs are going to cost you, if you're unfamiliar with, what a bid is going to cost or how much work a property is going to need, having good contractors on your team to help you get those quotes and learn how much rehab is needed so that you can properly run your numbers, make the correct offers, and sell the deals at the right prices. Contractors are good relationships that you need. All right, can you go ahead and put the chat back up, please? All right, wholesale deal structures. All right, so here we got wholesale deal structures. There's many ways to structure wholesale deals. Again, I'm trying to, if you're joining this today and you know anything about wholesaling, another thing that I want to do is I want to try and expand your mind a little bit further. Just like earlier, we were talking about wholesaling land, industrial, retail, office, multifamily, houses. You can wholesale all that stuff. You can also wholesale different deal structures. A lot of people just think that you have to make cash offers. And sure, that's one way to do it. But you're going to limit yourself to very few opportunities that actually fit into the cash offer criteria. So I'm going to talk to you about different deal structures that you can utilize and wholesale. So of course, first and foremost is a cash offer. I'm going to offer you $500,000 cash for this property. It's worth $1 million. My offer is $500,000. Take it or leave it. Sometimes that works depending on what the level of motivation is with the seller, but a lot of times it won't. And so you need to get creative to learn how to structure deals the entrepreneur method way, which is to offer many solutions. Next is seller finance. You can wholesale seller finance deals. If a $500,000 cash offer doesn't work for the seller, maybe a seller finance deal works. And to an end investor and to a buyer, seller finance deals can be extremely attractive, and they will buy those deals from you. Next is subject to. This is a mortgage wrap. This is a form of seller finance. This is taking the seller's existing mortgage, wrapping it, the loan staying in their name, but the deed of the property transferring to the new buyer. And this is valuable because the seller may have a good interest rate and mortgage payment. We're looking at a few deals right now where the seller owes more than the house is worth. They bought it maybe a year or less ago. They owe more than the house is worth, but they've got, a 3% interest rate on it. So what we would do in that instance is we would get the property under contract at the principal balance of the current note. The loan is going to stay in the seller's name. We're going to buy this property with $0. We're going to come to closing with $0, maybe, some closing costs for the attorneys, but very few dollars. We're going to come to closing. We are now going to be the owner of this property. The loan is going to stay in the seller's name. They're going to get $0 at closing, and we're going to take over those mortgage payments, but we're now the owner. And what you can do is take those deals and wholesale them for a fee to a retail buyer, to an investor, because they're not buying the price there. What they're buying is the mortgage payment. So subject to deals. Novations. Novations is a really creative way to expose your wholesale deals to as many buyers as possible. What you're doing here is essentially in a novation, what it means is a contract is getting replaced with another contract. In short, and as simple as I can make it, I'm going to go under contract with Matthew, the seller, at a certain price. Let's say it's $100,000. I'm going to get Matthew to agree to allow me to list this property on the MLS, which is the multiple listing service where everybody is going to see this listing. I'm going to show it to as many buyers as possible. And I'm going to find me a buyer at $200,000, for example. The buyer at $200,000, that contract is going to get replaced with my original contract. Matthew's going to get $100,000. I'm going to get $100,000, my fee minus closing costs and realtor commissions, and the purchaser is going to get the property. Novations. These are things that you can do to make a lot of money wholesaling deals as well. And last but not least is notes. Again, wholesaling things. Find something of value, mark the price up. It's such a simple concept. Allow somebody to buy it at a higher price, keep the difference. You don't buy anything. There's a few real estate notes that we're working through selling right now where we're not going to buy it. We're going to buy the right to buy it, and then we're going to sell that right to buy it to somebody else for a fee and keep the difference between what we got it at, what we're selling it for, and that's how much money we're going to make. All right, wholesale deal requirements. This is page number 10. Before we move further here, put in the chat here how many, where you're viewing from. I'm curious. Are you here in Austin, Texas? Are you in Dallas, Texas? Are you in Florida, Michigan, Philadelphia, New York? We got Corpus Christi, Chicago, Maryland, Dallas, Kansas. All right, Chicago, Connecticut, Miami. We got people all over. Nobody from New York, nobody from California. We got Fairfield. There's California, Fairfield, California, Leander, Round Rock, DFW, DC, Baltimore, Vegas. Love it. Cool. All these deals are all applicable to the market that you're in. Space Coast, Florida. All these deals are possible to do in the markets that you're in. All right. Also, we want to buy in those markets. So we want you to send us the deals that you find after you take this information and go out and apply it. So here's the wholesale deal requirements. Just FYI, these deal requirements are for any type of deal that you're doing, right? If you can find any deal with these requirements and that check these boxes, you can buy it, you can wholesale it. You're going to have different exit strategies to be able to capture the value. But I want you to think about it here, because when you're going out and looking for deals that you're going to sell to somebody else, you need to understand what those people are looking for. You need to have a good idea of what people want, what the value is that they're getting, and you need to fully understand what a good deal is. When you get good at and when you master finding and getting good deals, you are going to be able to wholesale it, buy it, raise capital for it. You're going to be able to take it any direction you want to. So keep in mind, this is not just for wholesaling. This is for deals, baby. All right, wholesale deal requirements. Number one, there needs to be opportunity. If there is no opportunity, then there's no way for you to make money. Why would you want to buy something where there's no opportunity? We're real estate investors. You're going to be selling these to real estate investors. There needs to be some sort of opportunity with the deal. The opportunity could be, it's probably covered in the rest of these bullet points here, but it could be the opportunity to raise rents, the opportunity to develop more units, the opportunity in Opportunity City, the location, jobs are coming, the market's growing. What is the opportunity with this deal? How are you or how is somebody else going to make money on it? Number two, value. You need to have value. Are you buying below market value? Is the value in raising those rents? How are you going to make money here? As a real estate investor, and the investors that you're going to be selling these to, they're going to want to be buying into value of some sort, right? Nobody wants to pay market value for deals. And if you try and wholesale deals that have no value and no opportunity, you're not going to wholesale them. Nobody's going to buy them. You're going to spin your wheels and wonder, what am I doing wrong? Am I talking to the wrong investors? Do I have the wrong people on my buyers list? When the truth of the matter is that you got bad deals. There's no opportunity. There's no value. So you have to make sure that these deals have value for the end investor. Otherwise, you're never going to get them sold. Equity. We're always looking to have equity on the buy. The real way to make money in real estate, and one way to secure, your deal and to make sure that you don't lose money and minimize risk, is to always make your money on the buy. Buy it at the right price. Make sure that you're coming into value. You're coming into equity day one. Multiple exits. When you're out there finding deals, like I said, we've got a deal in North Texas right now, and we have many exits that we can take to get it done. What we are doing is we are bringing our investors in on it, and we're going to buy it with our partners. That way everybody gets to experience the benefit of this deal. But we have different exits. We could wholesale it. We could develop it. We could, buy it ourselves. We could take it and develop it into something else. There's many ways to exit the deal, extract value from it, and make money on it. We have many exits. Matter of fact, this morning someone reached out and made us an offer on it. They want us to wholesale it to them, and they need to increase what they're willing to pay us by about 20 times. Otherwise, we're not going to wholesale it, and we're just going to buy it with our partners. All right, great location. You want to have a good location. Real estate is the number one rule in real estate is location, location, location. You don't want to go out and try and wholesale a deal in, some random city in Texas that nobody wants to buy in. There's no opportunity in that city. There's no value in the deal. There's no equity that you're walking into. Nobody's going to want to buy it. But if you find a great deal in downtown Austin, in downtown Miami, in the suburbs surrounding these areas, people are going to want to buy it. Location is extremely important, and you don't want to, number one, own real estate in bad locations. You don't want your marketing dollars going to bad locations, but you're going to have a tougher time wholesaling deals in bad locations because buyers don't want to buy there. Investors aren't looking there. They're looking in better markets and in better locations. All right, investor demand. So, this deal that we got that I was just talking about, we know that somebody would be willing to pay more for it immediately the day that we get it under contract. That's really important when you're buying real estate, is knowing that you're not overpaying, that somebody else, it kind of plays into all of this here, that somebody else would be willing to pay you more than the price that you got it for. And number one, that's how you're going to make money wholesaling. So you need investor demand. Those duplexes that I showed you, matter of fact, we didn't even market this warehouse deal. We didn't even market this warehouse deal out to, we sent it to one investor who said she wanted to buy it. We told her, she's a good friend of ours, we told her it was hers if she'd pay her price. And we didn't send it out to many people. We only sent it to one person, actually. But I guarantee you people would have been foaming at the mouth to buy this thing. Matter of fact, we probably should have, but we didn't want to, not be loyal to Alice. The duplexes. The moment we listed those for sale and we sent them out to the real estate agents here in the Austin area, those 11 duplexes in a row, we sent out that email and our phone started blowing up. These were the only duplexes for sale at the time in North Austin through, the suburbs of, north of Austin. These are the only duplexes for sale. There's tremendous amounts of investor demand there. People wanted these deals. We probably got like 400 phone calls in less than 60 minutes. And we had to work, our way all the way through that, start qualifying the investors. But there's extreme investor demand for these duplexes. And that's how you're going to make your money. If nobody wants them, you're not going to be able to sell them. Good cash flow. Investors don't want to buy properties at prices with debt terms and locations and tenants that they're going to lose money on. If you're finding deals if you're finding deals that you're going to be wholesaling, that people are going to be holding on to for rental properties, whether it is the warehouses, apartments, etc., they need to cash flow. Investors don't want to lose money. So make sure you're underwriting your deals to ensure that they cash flow. We're going to go through that later today. So make sure you stick around until we get to analyzing deals where I'm going to show you these formulas. All right, good financing. If I have to go out and buy an apartment complex and the only way to make it work is with a hard money loan that's short term at 11% interest only for 12 months, and it's at a bad price, there's no equity, there's no cash flow. If I get bad financing on it, I don't want to buy that. And so if you approach me as an investor and you propose a deal that requires I get bad financing in order to make it work, the reason that this happens is for a few reasons. Whether, it could be vacancy or occupancy, could be the fact that the property does not produce enough income, could be that the property is in, rundown shape. A lot of fix and flippers use hard money loans in order to get the properties bought because traditional financing won't finance them, which is fine, but it needs to make sense. If I'm holding on to something long term, I need good financing. I want you to write this down. Having bad debt on deals that you own is one way that you're going to get put in hot water, and how you can really lose your hat real fast investing in real estate. And that's where a lot of horror stories come from, is from people who had bad debt and bad loans. So they need to be able to get good financing, good management, and good contractors. Great contractors, great management. Back to the team. I was asking, we were in our community call yesterday, and someone had asked, what do you think about this deal? And they said something like, what are you looking for? How do we know if it's a good deal or not? That type of thing. And I showed this, and even though, like I said, it's relevant to wholesaling here, it's relevant to you investing in real estate. And I said, this is what we're looking for. And someone asked, well, what about this deal that I got in Palestine, Texas? And I said, all right, well, just tell me, which one of these bullet points does it hit? One out of 10 things, which boxes does it check? And if it checks, 1 out of 10 boxes, it's a bad deal. You're probably going to have trouble selling it. I'm sure there's somebody out there who wants to buy it, but I would never go out and buy that thing. There's no opportunity. There's no value. I'm not walking into any equity. I don't have multiple exits. It's a horrible location. Obviously, there's low investor demand. Maybe it has some cash flow. I'm not able to get great financing on it. In this small city in Texas, I guarantee you we're not going to have a great and sophisticated management company. And I'm going to be dealing with, bad all the way around. So no, I don't want to buy that, and you shouldn't want to buy that either. But he was trying to wholesale this deal, and I'm sure that there's somebody out there who would want to buy it. There's a lot of people who don't know what they're doing, who are going out and investing in properties. But you're the ones who are smart enough to join something like this and take all this information in. I want you to write this down. If it doesn't meet these boxes, don't buy it. And don't try and wholesale it either. I mean, you're welcome to put it under contract, shop it out, and see if anybody wants to get it. But don't be surprised if you have a bad deal, why nobody's buying it. When I was first starting to invest in real estate, it was really easy to get sidetracked and to get carried away and to get really excited when I found somebody who wanted to sell to me. But over the years, discipline, and staying focused on what we're buying and only buying the home runs that check these boxes is what has really produced um, the wealth in real estate. I see, Kat. I can read. So focus on these when you're looking for deals for you and to wholesale to other people. All right, wholesale deal flow. Number one, you got to find a deal. Like I was just talking about, when I was first starting, it was really easy to get excited. This is page number 11, by the way. Put your questions in the chat. We are going to get to a Q&A later today. We're going to be going over a ton of information today, so I want to try and get through it all. But we're on page 11 in your workbook. I was just talking about how I got excited when I would find a deal when I first started investing in real estate. And the reason is because I didn't have a lot of deals in here. You know, the more your pipeline gets built, the easier you're going to be able to say no to 990 deals and say yes to that one. And that one is the one you purchase, and maybe 5 out of the 999 you wholesale. But majority of the deals that you're going to come across are bad deals, and you just need to say no to them. You need to always make an offer and negotiate them, but you shouldn't just get a property under contract because somebody has it for sale and they're willing to sell it to you. Don't be the sucker. You need to increase your pipeline. More deals you have, more deals you look at, the more deals you're going to do. So the first step is to find a deal. You need to find a deal. The deal is the most important part in any real estate transaction. That needs to be a good deal, otherwise nothing else is going to work. Number two, you need to learn the story. So write this down. This is really important. Most people don't take the time to learn the story. And number three, the motivation on why a seller is selling. When you find a deal and you find someone who wants to sell and you have identified that it meets those check boxes, right? There's some opportunity here. There's some value here. I can get good financing on this property. It's in a good location. If I get it at this price, I've got some equity built into the deal. I'm talking to the seller and I need to learn the story. Why does Tyler want to sell this property? Why is he going to do this? What does he need the money for? He says that he wants this amount. If he gets this amount, what's he going to do with that money? Why are they selling? What's truly going on here? What you're really doing when you're contacting sellers, this is really important, is you're solving a problem for them. This is what's going to separate you from, all the real estate agents in your city, from all the investors, from all the wholesalers out there, from everybody out there. They don't really take the time to learn the story and identify the motivation, and they're missing it. They're missing 95% of deals that they could get because they're too lazy and they're too selfish to not care about this seller and try and figure out what's going on. When you learn the story and you learn the motivation, what you're doing is you're listening for the problem. You're listening for ways that you can come in and add a solution, create a win-win scenario for the seller and for you. But if you don't take the time to learn the story and identify the motivation, you're going to continuously shoot off offers that aren't going to get accepted, and you're going to find yourself, wondering why it's not working. And the reason is probably because you're not taking the time to learn the story, learn the motivation, and truly figure out what this seller's problem is. If the seller tells you that they want to sell the house for $300,000 and you just go out and say, okay, I'll make you an offer for $200,000 because you're just running a simple equation that we're going to go over today, then you're missing it. That's not how you do it. You need to go into these conversations, learn what they're really going through, learn why they want to sell, learn how much money they truly need, learn what problems they're trying to solve. A lot of times it's not financial. And this is how you get the good deals, is most people tell you that it's about price. I want to sell for this price, and I won't take a penny less. And that is where you're missing it. Most people, when selling their properties, actually don't care about the money. or the money isn't the most important thing. They're trying to solve some other emotional or problem that they got going on, and it's your job to figure out what that is, how you can solve it, and what different structures you can provide that will get them what they want and get you what you want. Circle these, put a star next to them. Really important. Find a deal, learn the story, identify the motivation. If you don't do this, then you might as well not go through steps 4 through 10 because you're wasting your time. Propose multiple exits, cash offer, seller finance, take over the existing debt. Get creative. I can buy this in many ways. Which one do you want? Which one looks best for you? You need to learn how to propose multiple exits. Next, what you're going to do is lock up the deal. You don't control the deal, and you don't have the right to assign that contract, and you don't have a way to make money until you control that deal and have it under contract. Shop investor demand. This is where you're going to be sending it out to investors in your area, those relationships that you've already built because you're following what you're learning here. This is where you're going to ship it out, shop it out to your investors, see who's interested at the price that you want to sell it at so that you can make money. Then you're going to lock up the buyer. As soon as you find someone who raised their hand, says, I'll take that property from you, you need to get them under contract and lock them in. Next, you have to manage the parties. This is a piece that I think a lot of people miss within wholesale and real estate, is they think that to wholesale real estate, it's two parts, finding a seller and finding a buyer, and then nothing else. Only those two parts in wholesale and real estate. And they're wrong. Those are two of the three parts. There's three parts to a wholesale transaction. Number one is finding the deal, finding the seller, right? You have to find a good deal, everything that we've been talking about. Number two, and locking it up. Number two is finding the buyer, finding the right buyer for this property who's willing to pay you a wholesale fee at a price that makes sense for them to buy this deal. That's the second part. The third part is managing these parties, because now that you got them under contract, that's great. But if these parties don't show up to closing and perform their duty as the seller and the buyer and the title company and the lender, then the deal falls apart. You have to babysit these parties and make sure that they go through with the process and get it all the way to closing. You got to manage the seller, the buyer, the title company, the lender, every party involved in the transaction. It's your job to ensure that they're doing their part and the deal is going to make it to the closing table. Number 9 is close the deal. And number 10 is repeat. Do this over and over and over. And this is how you can make millions of dollars wholesaling. It's really not much more complicated than this. And I know that these are just bullet points here, but for everybody who did take advantage of the offer that we made today, you're going to get all this stuff. You're going to learn the different types of deals to find. We're going to go over it today too a little bit, but you're going to learn the softwares that are going to show you these deals. You're going to learn how to negotiate to learn the story and the motivation. You're going to learn how to write the contract to lock the deal up with the seller, how to write the contract to lock the deal up with the buyer, how to manage the parties and close the deal. So congratulations to everybody who did take advantage of that offer, because this is all the stuff that you're going to get. And if you just go out there and implement what we're teaching you, you can easily make $100,000 a month wholesaling deals, but it does take work. All right, we're going to jump to an exercise real quick. This is a real simple one. Kat, go ahead and make this on the whole screen. It's page number 13 in your workbook. We'll take another 5-minute little break. I want you to fill out this exercise, and we will be right back, all right? All right, all right, all right. Someone get Michael Flowers the link. Congratulations to everybody who has taken advantage of the offer so far. I guarantee that you guys are not going to regret it. You're going to learn a lot from it, but also we are going to do some deals together. Like I mentioned earlier, I need y'all to learn how to find deals so that y'all can contact my sales team. Say, hey, I got this deal. I think it's a good one. My sales team can help you analyze it. We get it under contract and work it together. All right, Matt, get Michael Flowers the link for the special offer that we're making today. And congratulations again to everyone who has already taken advantage of it. Okay, we're moving on to page number 15. We're going to finding deals. Like we were talking about earlier, deals are the most important thing. You need to learn how to find deals. You guys can hear me all right? I hope so. All right, so finding deals. This is the section in your workbook, page 14, where we're going to go through this. All right, identifying the opportunity and the value. So someone earlier asked, what's the difference between opportunity and value? And we're going to cover it right now. So the opportunity and the value, they're similar things, right? With value comes opportunity. The deal that you're getting under contract, it needs to have value. And with that value is going to come the opportunity to exploit that value and to make money. So they work together, opportunity and value. So one of the obvious ones and the first ones is you find a deal that's undervalued. If the deal is worth, market value for it is $1 million, and someone would pay $1 million for it today if it was listed on the market, and you get it under contract at $700,000, then you're buying it or getting it under contract undervalued, and there is opportunity to make money there because of that value that you have negotiated. The next is under rented. This is something that I don't think many consider and fully understand, but especially in commercial deals and deals that you're buying to hold on for the long run, when you raise the income of that property, when you raise the rents on it, you're creating value there, and there's opportunity within that. There's opportunity to make way more money and for the property to be worth way more when you raise the rents. We had 3 duplexes that we bought with one of our partners. Can you hand me that water, please? There's 3 duplexes that we bought with some of our partners. Kat doesn't want to get in the video. Come in the video, Kat. 3 duplexes that we bought with one of our partners, Chris Sweeney. And when we were negotiating this deal with the seller, he had the rents at about $1,000, $1,075, $1,100, $1,150 per door. It was 3 duplexes, 6 total units, same street, right next to each other. And he thought that was market value. Those were market rents, that he had pushed these rents as high as they could go. Well, when we're negotiating it, because we have this knowledge and we know how to identify the opportunity and the value, we knew that market rents were actually closer to about $1,800 to $2,000 per door. We were going to be able to raise the rents by almost 100% the day that we bought them. And we actually did that. One of the leases actually ended the same exact day that we bought the property. The tenant moved out. I went in there, walked it with my contractors. There wasn't much work to be done. All we did, I don't even know if we did this, but I think we touched up like a couple paint spots. Typically on make-readies, we're doing flooring, paint, light fixtures, all that stuff. But all we did was come in here and touch up a couple paint spots throughout the walls. We cleaned it. I had to pay someone to come in and clean the unit. And we rented it out for $2,000 within 3 weeks. And it was rented out at $1,100. So we raised it almost 100% in 3 weeks and increased the value of that unit and of that income by almost 100%. So you're looking for opportunities like that. There is value in being able to do that. The next is a buyer ready to pay higher. I just, while we were doing that exercise, I'm reading through text messages with my partners, and we have someone who's trying to take this sweet deal that we got. I'm sure a lot of people would love to take this sweet RV deal that we got off of our hands. It's such a great deal that it's undervalued, it's under rented. We have buyers who are ready to pay higher, and they're reaching out, and they're just not paying enough. Otherwise, we'd probably let it go. But this is opportunity, and there is value in that. The ability to add more units. Me and my partner, Matt, we have another partner down in South Texas. He's a developer, Matt Alone Development, James, Matt Alone. And what we're doing with this project in Kingsville, Texas, is we bought the old elementary school of Kingsville. And what we're doing is we are redeveloping it and adding things to the property for the city of Kingsville. And that is adding value, and there's opportunity within that. We're turning it into, Matt, comment in here, I think it's 17 retail spots. We're going to build pickleball courts. There's going to be 15 retail spots. There's going to be a stage. There's going to be a green area. It's really going to improve the area in downtown Kingsville. It's going to add a lot of value to the city and to the citizens there. But the ability for us to take that property and turn it into that is the value, and there's all that opportunity within it. But it could be something else. It could be here in Austin, they've recently changed zoning laws to allow for developers to build more units on smaller sections of lots because they're trying to get more density. It's very hard to build more units here in Austin. There's just nowhere to do it. Therefore, inventory is very low. And so in order to solve this problem and get more people here, they're allowing higher density and for developers to be able to add more units to existing lots that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do so. There's opportunity in that. Just because something is something currently, it doesn't mean that it can't be something else that's worth more. And that's the game of real estate, is taking something in its current condition, improving it. It doesn't even mean developing. It doesn't mean, adding to the property. It doesn't even mean, renovating it. You could simply bring in a new management company, raise the rents, and boom, you took something that wasn't doing well, you turned it into something else, you created value, and all the opportunity that comes with that is more money, more sales price, more cash flow, and more wealth for you. Another thing is future development insider info. So there's Taylor, Texas, which is just east of Austin and Round Rock here. A couple years ago, Taylor was experiencing some growth as a city just because it was so close to Austin and all the growth that was happening here. Elon Musk, Apple, Oracle. Austin's a great city, and there are a lot of jobs that are coming here. But prior to the announcement of Samsung building a $17 billion plant in Taylor, Texas, Taylor was, not as valuable as it was after the announcement. And we had the future development insider info. We knew that Samsung was negotiating this. We knew that this was going to be announced, and there was high likelihood that Samsung closed this deal with the city of Taylor. And we had the opportunity to get two deals. I think it was two deals. There's a single family home in Taylor that we had under contract that we were working on wholesaling. And then another single family home that we had under contract in Taylor. And these were good deals, even, without the announcement. We had them below market value. We were able to get good debt on them. Someone was willing to pay us more than we had it for. All the check boxes that I went through previously on those slides, it met. But we knew that with the announcement of Samsung building a $17 billion plant, the value of these probably going to double right after that announcement. So having that insight and that knowledge is also how you can identify opportunity and value within properties, is by knowing what's coming, what jobs are coming, what future development is going to happen, because you can find properties that otherwise probably wouldn't be that great, but are because of what's coming to the area. All right, going on to number 16, page number 16 in your workbook. Let's take a chance here to answer any questions. Does anybody have any questions that you want to put in the chat here? I can see you up on the screen. Can anyone post a link for that deal that was posted earlier? My Zoom crashed. Matt, he's talking about the fast. Go ahead and post that link there. What other questions we got? Someone asked about the opportunity and the value. Did that make sense to everybody? Any other questions, Kat? Yeah, Matt, that one.
How much equity is good equity?
How much what?
Equity is good equity.
Someone asked, how much equity is good equity? Well, it depends, ideally, we'd like to be walking into, it depends on what market you're in, where the economy's at, what the competition is looking like. Ideally for us, we're walking into about 25 to 30% equity in a deal. Now, in 2020, Matt, the link, TRE, there you go. In 2021, when Austin real estate market was extremely hot and houses were flying off the shelves, there was 50 offers on every single property. People were paying $100,000 over asking. It was much, much, much harder for us to get that 30% equity that we wanted in a deal. But the market has since shifted. And now is the best time as a buyer or as an aggressive wholesaler to go out there and make aggressive offers to lock up deals with a ton of equity, because sellers aren't able to sell their properties at the prices they want right now, especially the commercial deals that I was showing you guys earlier. They're having a really tough time. Not only can they not sell the properties for the prices that they want, but then they also can't get good debt terms. Their debt terms are about to expire. Their loan is maturing. Their interest rates are double, triple from where they were. And so this is creating the perfect opportunity to go out there and be very aggressive. Over all the years that we've been buying real estate, we've never had so much leverage to be able to be aggressive on our offers. I mean, we were the guys who, were never overpaying for properties when we were going in to look at deals and people were paying 50K, 100K over. We were offering 200K less. And people were, laughing at us. But we stole some deals then. We're stealing deals now. But the thing is people actually want to speak to us now because we're serious buyers. We're showing up, we'll get it closed, but you're going to have to sell it at a price and under terms that make sense to us. And we're one of the only buyers out there. And this is the same for you. Everybody's not, jumping into real estate and buying things left and right now. So utilize that to your advantage and go out there and steal some deals. So to answer that question, it was how much equity should you get? As much as you can get, but don't settle for 5-10%. Go out there and get deals 30% below market value if you can. Any other questions? Yeah, Eddie, we're going to be covering, so today we're actually going to cover some seller financing and subject to, and also the courses that you got as well. Someone says, should my fee a flat number or a percentage? I mean, it's the same thing. 10,000, 50,000. You're going to have to, when you're assigning these deals and you're selling them to an end buyer, you're going to have to sell them at a price that makes sense to them. So whatever that is, come to that price where people are willing to strike. There's still some meat left on the bone for them. You're also making your fee. That's what you're gonna walk away from, and that's what your fee is gonna be. But we don't utilize a specific percentage or a specific number. Like I said, on that land that we wholesaled on A.W. Grimes, we made $700,000. Now, if we used a traditional $10,000 for every deal, we would have lost out on $690,000 worth of value. But if we've got a house under contract, we're not going to make 700 grand on it, right? We'll probably make 20, 30, 40, 50. We just wholesaled a deal in Temple the other week and we made 60 grand on it, when other people probably would have marked it up 10 grand. So you will understand this as we continue to go through today, and as you practice a lot of this information that I'm teaching you, is the more you know the market, the more you know your team, the more you know the investors, the more you know deals, the easier it's going to be for you to come up with these numbers and sell them to investors at a price that makes sense. But keep in mind that you need to have meat left on the bone for the investor who's buying it, and you obviously want to make a fee yourself. All right, Matt, I see your questions and I will answer them. How do you deal with for sale by How do you deal with FSBOs who claim to have property available for sale, but change his mind to list property on MLS? Would this possibly be a property for an innovation strategy? Great question, Michael. So if it's already listed, you're not going to get under contract and list it. It's already listed. Now, this is a good point, though, about properties that are listed on the market. A lot of people think that there's no deals to be had there, and that's not true. We've gotten some great deals from properties listed on the market, properties with realtors, properties with brokers. So even though it is listed, Michael, you can still wholesale it. But novation is where you're actually going to list it on the market and on the MLS, and so you wouldn't in that instance. Hey, Alex, it's great to see you in action. You as well, Kingdom Heirs. It's not listed yet. I keep checking because it's right in my backyard. I mean, work it, Here's another thing, Michael, is, look, if you can't force deals to happen. So if you've approached this FSBO and he's not willing to sell it at a price that makes sense, it doesn't meet all these things here. Let's see here. Can you go to my screen cap? If it doesn't meet these wholesale deal requirements, right? If you just found somebody who wants to sell at market value and you haven't truly learned the seller's story and the motivation, and there's not a creative way that you can structure something where it meets these things, then there might not be a deal. So, if the seller is there, I would continue to approach that seller. If you haven't yet, I would take the time to learn their story and the motivation. That way you can start to present options that will help solve their problem. And if there's no deal there, though, there's no deal. So don't try and force it. All right. Knowing your market. We'll actually go back to Matt's question. Matt asked some questions. It took you a few years to really jump and go. Alex, what was your biggest setback or hurdle? Heroin. That was mine. No, I mean, in all reality, I'm always the biggest setback or the hurdle. And it's probably the same for everybody here, right? That's why I told you guys initially to let go of whatever in your mind you might be telling yourself, or what everybody's telling you about what you can do, what's possible, what you deserve. Don't let other people dictate how you live your life. I don't. Matt doesn't. Successful people don't. And whatever it might be, it's always me that's holding me back. So learn to walk through fear, learn to walk with God, learn to trust in what God's will is, and what will happen is going to happen. Allows me to be able to walk through any scenario and go out and execute. But I'm always the thing that holds me back, in any situation. And you should approach business in your life with extreme accountability with yourself. If our team doesn't execute on this webinar and this thing that we're putting on for you guys today, it's not their fault, it's my fault. I should have gotten with them earlier in the week. I should have tested these things out. I should have pushed the team to be more prepared. I should have taken the initiative to do those things. I should have done X, Y, Z. So if anything happens, it's my fault, and I take extreme responsibility and accountability for that. So in any situation, it's always me. Maybe I was lazy. Maybe I didn't do this. Maybe I didn't do enough research. I should have done more of this or that. It's always me who's holding me back. And when I was doing heroin and when I was living that life, it was me holding me back. So don't let you hold you back. And again, it's a good thing that you are here today, and we're learning all of this. All right, let's go back to the screens, Kat. Knowing your market. Let's go to the screens, Kat. Knowing your market. All right, supply. This is really important. You need to know these things. How much supply does your market have? Are there a lot of houses for sale? Are builders able to build? What does the supply look like? Simple economics here. Supply and demand. When there is high demand and low supply, that means that prices go up. When there is high supply and low demand, that means that prices go down. What market are you in? What does the supply look like? What does the demand look like? This is key in any business that you're going to operate in, anything with real estate investing. High demand, low supply means higher prices. High supply, low demand means lower prices. You need to know your market. What are the prices? Put it in the chat here. Let's see how knowledgeable you are. Don't go to Google. Tell me in the chat, what is the median sales price for a house in your city? Put it in now. Put it in now. If anybody can guess the one in Austin, we will Venmo you $50. Huh? Yeah, I'm not going to pull it up. You have 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Put the city and your median sales price. City and median sales price. You got to know these things. When you have to study your market, if you're going out there and if you're going out into the market and you're talking to sellers and you're negotiating, and someone says, "Yeah, I'll sell you my house for $200,000," and you know instantly that this house is worth $400,000. That's what's going to allow you to pull the trigger quickly and lock these deals up with zero hesitation. Time kills all deals. When you have the knowledge and you know the market and everything that we're going to talk about here is going to allow you to execute faster and faster and faster and do more deals. So what is the median sales price? What is a house worth? What do houses sell for? All right, rents. What is the average rent for a house, for a duplex, for an apartment unit, 2-bedroom, 1 bath? What is the rent? The story I was telling you guys earlier about when Matt, Chris, and I were talking to that seller of those duplexes, we knew what the price was. I think we got each duplex for like $380,000. We knew that the value of that duplex was actually like $430,000, $440,000 at the time. But when he told us the rents were $1,100, we knew that the rent was actually the market rents were actually closer to $1,900. So when we're sitting across the table from somebody and we have all this information and market knowledge in our head, and we hear them say, "Yeah, we'll sell it for $380,000," or "Yeah, the rents are $1,100,000," we instantly know that there's value and opportunity there because the price of these duplexes are higher and the rents for these units are higher than what he's getting. But he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that we know that, but we know that. And so you need to have this information. The more data you have, the more knowledge you have about your market, the more effective you're going to be out in the market negotiating and doing deals. Jobs. What jobs are coming? Like I said, we knew in Taylor, Texas, that Samsung was going to be building a $17 billion plant there. That's going to bring not only jobs for Samsung employees, but it's going to bring jobs for the construction workers. I mean, the entire area surrounding Samsung and other facilitating businesses that are going to come to that area are going to bring a ton of jobs. So knowing this information is what is going to allow us to execute our game plan and business plan. Investor interest in a city such as Austin, Miami, Denver, Colorado, Dallas, Texas, Houston, Texas. These have a tremendous amount of investor interest. If it's some random city in Texas that has 1,800 people who live there and there's not many jobs coming, it's just not growing. There's going to be a lot less investor interest for that area versus a city such as Austin, Texas. And so knowing this and choosing markets and what the investor interest is in your market will allow you to be more effective. And if you live in a place, look, there's a misconception that you have to buy and do real estate deals in your backyard. It's not true. you can go out and do deals all over the United States. We have someone in here, Tyler, who lives in Ohio. He recently, I'd love to get Tyler up here to talk. He told me that he might, if his voice is okay. But he's in Ohio. He recently just joined the entrepreneur community, and he's doing deals all over the United States. He's working deals in Kansas, in Austin, in Palestine, Texas, all over the United States. He's doing deals. Matter of fact, he texted us this morning and quit his job today. Everybody should give Tyler a round of applause. And if you're sitting at your job right now and that's your goal, it's more than possible. I want to read what Tyler wrote us this morning. He said, time to throw these boots in the closet and go hit a thrift store for a couple nice jackets. He said, let's keep these deals closing and to the moon. Once again, thank you guys and continue to push me. I have thick skin, so push me to levels. I've officially quit my job. Big things happening. Congratulations to you, Tyler. But Tyler's doing deals all over the United States. That was my point. You don't have to do deals in just your backyard, right? So if you're living in a place that's not a good market to do deals, look in another market. Study the markets. The more you learn, the better you're going to be. Lenders. There's lenders that won't lend in certain markets, right? Especially hard money lenders for wholesale deals. Sometimes hard money lenders for flips won't lend in a bad market that doesn't have a good population, that's out in the middle of nowhere. So knowing this, if you're going out and you're trying to wholesale deals in a market where lenders don't want to lend and they won't lend certain amounts, or they won't lend due to the area that it's in, then it's kind of pointless to wholesale the deal there unless somebody's going to be paying cash, which people do, and which is possible, but most people like to utilize hard money loans. And so you need to know if lender's going to lend there or not, and what those lenders are charging. What's their interest rate? What's their loan to cost? What's their LTV? What are their terms? How long will they lend the money to you for? Do they have options for you to be able to do a DSCR refinance out of the hard money loan into longer term debt? The more you know, the better you're going to be. Labor and materials. If you're just starting investing in real estate and you are looking to go out and wholesale deals, it's unlikely, unless you have a construction background. If you do, that's great. But it's unlikely that you are going to know this information. And that's kind of the point of this, right? Is you need to be a student of the game. You need to take time to learn this stuff and, immerse yourself into the industry so that you can become better and make money. But when I first started, I did not know, labor and materials for building or for rehabbing units, for flipping houses, for doing make-readies. I had to learn this stuff. And I learned it hands-on flipping houses with my partner, Matt, and my partner, Doreen. And I learned all these things, and now I have all this information that I can instantly go into a house and tell you how much the renovation is going to be by calculating the flooring, the paint, the light fixtures, the vanity, the countertops, the cabinets. I know the cost of materials for all these things, and I know the cost of labor for all these things. So I can literally walk through a house, count all this stuff up in my head, and know exactly how much the renovation is going to cost without needing to have a contractor there to give me a bid. Matter of fact, I challenged Matt to do this with me, and he refused to take the challenge of guessing the renovation cost. But you need to learn this stuff, right? Flooring. If you don't know the cost of flooring, go to Home Depot and look at Lowe's and Home Depot and Floor & Decor and your local flooring distributor and see how much they're charging. I know that if we can get some flooring for about $1 to $1.50 at the highest per square foot, I'll be able to get really good LVP flooring that I can lay down in my house. I know that my contractor is going to charge me about $1.50 a square foot to demo, pull out all the old flooring and lay the new flooring. So all in, I'm at $3 a foot for labor and materials on flooring, and those are with nice materials. I know that my paint is going to cost me about $1 a square foot or so. I know that a ceiling fan is going to cost me $50 to $70. I know that a vanity light is going to cost me, a nice one, it's going to cost me $50. I know that a bathroom vanity that's about 54 inches big is going to cost me about $400. I know that countertops, to get quartz countertops, labor and materials, probably about $1,200. I know cabinets, to get a full set of cabinets from Home Depot, Lowe's or Home Depot stock, it's going to cost me about $2,300 to $2,700. And knowing the cost of these things, knowing what labor and materials cost in your market is going to be very important for you to calculate all this stuff and negotiate in real time. All right, who are the players in your market? This goes back to building the team. Knowing the players in your market is extremely, extremely important. These are the people who are doing deals. You want to build relationships with these people. Where are the players focusing? What are they buying? What are they moving to? Why are they doing what they're doing? What are they thinking about? Where are they thinking about investing? Who are they building relationships with? This is all stuff that you need to know, and you need to build relationships with the actual players in your market. If y'all go join any Facebook group, Facebook investment group, and there's going to be, I don't know, 1,000 people in there commenting on stuff, and 90% of those people are not players. They're just, they're commenting. They're really not taking action. You want to meet the 10% of people who are actually doing deals and who are actual players in the market. You need to know these people. The real estate brokers and the agents, going back to the team, knowing the brokers, knowing the agents is only going to improve your business. It's only going to bring you more deal flow. The real estate agents also have buyers for your deals. We love paying real estate agents commissions for bringing buyers to the deals that we have. Knowing these people and knowing all these aspects of a market is what is going to allow you to go out there and get deals done fast. Because if I know that Matt has a buyer, Matt's a real estate broker. If I'm going to an appointment with a seller and I know that there's opportunity and value here, and I just met with Matt, who's a player and a real estate broker in my market, and I met with him, last week, and he said, I've got my client who's looking to buy this, I'm looking to buy that, I've got this person who's looking to buy this, and I go into an appointment with a seller and I'm negotiating a deal that just happens to meet exactly what one of Matt's connections is looking for, then boom, I can lock it up with assurance, knowing that I've got it sold, and I'll leave there, call Matt, and we got a deal, right? So knowing these things and having these relationships is what is going to allow you to operate without hesitation and get deals done fast. All right, where to find deals? Page number 17. Can you scroll me to the active chat? All right. No, you need to scroll. Okay. All right. Page number 17. Where to find deals? Agents, brokers in the MLS. These people are out there already doing this. They know of deals. They know of sellers. They have access to deals, to sellers, to investors. They know where the deals are. Write it down and star it. Most people think that you got to find off-market deals. You got to go out there and put in all this work to do deals, but majority of deals that we find and see get sent to us. People sending us deals every single day. We probably look at 50 deals a day from agents, brokers, wholesalers, investors, things like that. People are constantly sending us deals, and you want to build the same for you. You want to build in your inflow, your pipeline of deals that are coming to you without you going out there and cold calling necessarily. Wholesalers, back to what I was saying. Other wholesalers are already doing the work. Maybe they have the relationships with the agents, brokers, the MLS. Maybe they're the ones who put together a cold call team. They already have the deals. Build relationships with them. Get them to send you their deals. Ask them if they have a deal that they're having trouble selling, if they'd be willing to JV with you if you have a buyer for it. Build these relationships. The players in your market already have the deals. All right, investors, same concept. All right, to the good stuff that everybody loves. Pre-foreclosures, probate, eviction. Make sure you're writing all this down. This is page 17 in your Wholesaling Live workbook. Pre-foreclosures, probate, eviction, driving for dollars, vacant properties, code violations, and tax liens. And this is just 10 of the many different types of motivated sellers out there. Now, I want to preface this again that the top 3 on this list, the agents, brokers, MLS, wholesalers, investors, this is your inflow. These are your relationships. These are your connections these are your connections that are bringing you deals on a daily basis. These are the people who know you're a closer. They know that you got buyers. They know that you're wholesaling deals and getting deals done, and they are bringing deals to you. The 4 through 10 here, these are typically motivated sellers, most likely in the residential space, 1 to 4 units, and they're going through some sort of motivation here. If you're familiar with these 4 through 10, I want you to put in the chat which one is your favorite deal to attack. I'm going to run through these real quick. Pre-foreclosures. This means that it hasn't foreclosed yet, but they're getting foreclosed on. We're working a deal right now in Corpus Christi. I was talking to my sales team earlier today, and there's this deal that is going to get foreclosed on next Tuesday morning in Texas. It's always the first Tuesday of the month that these get auctioned off. And it's a house in Corpus Christi. It's a good house, and we're working on stopping this foreclosure with the seller so that she doesn't get foreclosed on. We're able to get her out of the house, and we're able to make money on it at the same time. So pre-foreclosures is where somebody has been issued a foreclosure notice. They are going to get foreclosed on for whatever reason. Maybe they stopped paying their mortgage. Maybe they haven't paid their property taxes. It could be your HOA that's foreclosing on you for not paying HOA fees. They're getting foreclosed on. It's going to be auctioned, and it's your job to go in and stop that foreclosure and get that house sold before the auction date. There's a lot of motivation there. There should be, at least. Sometimes people wait all the way to right before the foreclosure date to try and solve the problem, but they have to sell. They either have to sell the property, they have to refinance the property, or they have to pay the property off, reinstate the loan, but they have to solve this problem. Otherwise, they're going to get a foreclosure on their record and they're going to lose the property. Probate. Someone tell me what probate is. Put it in the chat. And in the essence of allowing people to answer this question, I'm going to move on to evictions. It's a good answer, Stephen. That is correct. Evictions. So evictions are something that I think people overlook a lot. In Texas, at least, not sure about every county in every state, but the evictions are public records. So as a landlord, when I go and I file official eviction paperwork to evict somebody out of my property, this is public record. I used to drive down to the Williamson County annexes, walk up to the window, knock on the window of the nice ladies working there and say, hey, they didn't have them online. Sometimes they do. But I say, hey, can you please hand me the stack of eviction filings over the last 40 days that are coming up for a hearing? And they say, sure. They go through their papers. They bring out this stack of folders of evictions. They hand them to me. I'm in there. I got my laptop, and I'm just reading through papers, looking through the eviction filings, see who the tenant is, see who the owner is, see how many times these owners are evicting people. And you can go and get contact information and see who's evicting their tenants. Because if they're evicting their tenants and they're just somebody who owns 1 or 2 rental properties, they could be a motivated seller and a distressed landlord. Even though they got a good property, they could be a distressed seller. And that's what you're looking for. Coming back to probate. Probate is a process, it's the court process of which you go through to pass on assets after somebody passes away. So probate court documents are all public record as well. And there's a lot of people who inherit things that they don't want. Matt and I bought a property in Round Rock that the lady was going through the probate process, and she sold it to us at a really cheap price because she didn't want the property. This was the house she grew up in, I think. And she just didn't want to deal with the emotional attachment that she had to this house and getting rid of her parents' things and having to deal with all that after they passed away. So probate, people who are going through probate, people who are inheriting things, they could be willing to sell these properties because they don't want to deal with it for many reasons. Driving for dollars, D4 dollar sign. Driving for dollars is the process of which where you're driving around. You already do this every day. And if you don't have a car, it's when you're riding your bike or walking around. You're looking for properties. And you're looking for potentially distressed properties that are vacant. Maybe the houses are boarded up. Vacant properties on commercial side. You're looking for properties that don't look like they have tenants in them, like somebody doesn't live there. There's deferred maintenance. And you're looking for things that might have some motivation to sell to you at a discounted price because of the condition of the property. So you're driving around, you're walking around, riding your bicycle around, whatever it is. You are looking for opportunities. And you can do this when you drive to the grocery store, when you drive to work, when you drive to go see your girlfriend, whatever it is. You're always looking for opportunities when you're out driving around. Always keep your head on the swivel and be looking for value. Vacant properties, same concept. Code violations with the city. This is where they're breaking some code. The city is filing a code violation, and if that's the case, the seller might be motivated. They might be going through something, and there's more likelihood of this person wanting to sell the property than the nice house on the street, for example. Tax lien. Someone's not paying their taxes, whether it's property taxes, IRS taxes. If there's a tax lien put on the property, then this person might be willing to sell. They might be in a distressed situation, and that's what you're looking for. But I really want you to focus on where to find deals. If you could take one thing away from this, the biggest value I think you're going to get is by getting agents, brokers, wholesalers, and investors to send you deals. If you can build those relationships and build in your inflow of deals and continue to foster those relationships, you will always have deals and your pipeline will be full. All right, we're going to move on to the next exercise. It is page number 19 in your workbook. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Go ahead, take a break, stand up, stretch. I want you to wake up, do some jumping jacks. I hope you've been taking good notes, and we're going to come right back. But I want you to wake up, go get a cup of coffee, go do whatever you need, do some push-ups. But do this exercise, take a second to stretch, and then we're going to be back here in about 5 to 7 minutes or so and get to the next thing, which is analyzing deals, everybody's favorite thing. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, all right. We're back. We're back. Go ahead and put us. Yeah, perfect. All right. So before moving forward, everybody in the chat, if you can, tell me what's your biggest takeaway so far. We're about halfway through, and we're about to get into the really good stuff that everybody loves. Analyzing deals, the equations. We're going to analyze some deals together. I'm going to show you how to make cash offers. I'm going to show you how to structure seller finance deals and how to negotiate them. But tell me, what is your biggest takeaway so far? Eddie says the deal requirements. Good job. And smart man, Eddie. Those are really, really important. And I'm glad that you're taking away that today. What else? Everybody else, we got 40 of you still in here. The 40, the committed. The 40 people who said, I'm going to change my life. I'm going to do this. I'm not going to allow my current circumstances to define who I am. What have you learned today? Maybe everybody's still on break. Is Eddie the only one who's answered? Kat, what's your biggest takeaway today?
The team members.
The team. The team, the team, the team. Zoomyezer says working with other wholesalers. Absolutely. Everybody out there has what you guys want. Y'all need to build relationships. The deal requirements, working with other wholesalers. You need to build these relationships with people because they will be able to bring you what you're looking for. You can bring them what they're looking for, and y'all can do more together. Are we able to... Pat G. Tyler says relationships. Tyler, get ready. I'm about to bring you up here on screen. Oh, this is just on Zoom though, huh? But this is still good. I want to bring Tyler up. Multiple exit strategies, relationships, knowing your market, pricing materials. Rhonda says the music was pretty cool. Good. Music's all right. We can't play what we want because of licensing, but we do the best with what we got. Can you go ahead and can you invite Tyler to unmute himself? I wanna look at Tyler here. Tyler, you there?
Tyler. Yeah, what's going on?
Tyler, I want you, if you can, tell me and tell everybody about how you officially quit your job and what you're looking to do and what your goals are.
Yeah, for sure. So I got back into this recently. I'd say probably 2-3 years ago. I met Alex and Matt. I tried to dive into this and got stuck in what they call analysis paralysis. Just basically trying to know it all before taking any action. So nothing ever happened. So there I was stuck in the W-2, hating life. Then jump back into it here lately, and literally your network and your relationships is everything. I reached back out to Matt and Alex, hey, what's going on? They welcome me with open arms again, like, hey, long time to talk, how can we help? And the big thing here is how can you bring value to someone else? So like with Matt and Alex, I'm out here finding deals, negotiating deals. I know the deals they want. I know where they'll buy. I know, what they're looking for. So I'm just trying to streamline that process myself and then just bring these deals to them on like a silver plate, white glove experience. It's here you go. And then, either ask for a assignment fee or possibly even a, equity partnership. And so I guess my biggest advice to anyone watching would be don't get stuck in the numbers and the learning and the knowledge. That will come very quick if you just dive in.
Yeah.
Literally execute, do it. And there's, especially in the trade community, there's so many people. I just locked up 6 units that Alex was dogging on earlier in Palestine. But I just sent it over to their team, So Jesse and TJ right now is working on dispo, and I got some other stuff going on. So, it's a everybody wins situation.
Yeah.
So, I find it. Alex helped me, talk to the seller a little bit. Stuff was going on. I bring it right back to straight to their dispo team. And
we
it's
turned
a big circle.
we turned 4 units into 6 units.
Yeah. Started off as a quad, and now all of a sudden we got another duplex, and I think even more deals might be coming from it. And I had reached out to a lady we used to talk to in the past that Matt talked with this morning, and all of a sudden now we're looking at flex spaces and RV, storage, and I think there's some right here by me. I'm going to go try to get some boots on the ground this week, but. If I wouldn't have reached out or took action and spoke to these people, I would have never known about any of these deals. And I would have just been sitting here with knowledge, being useless, watching TikTok, wondering why everybody else can do it.
Yeah.
But literally just picking up the phone, and something Alex has taught me a lot is just be direct, and just, ask what you need to ask. Get the answers out of them, and don't get trapped in a box as far as exit strategy.
Yeah.
Like there's a million ways to make deals work, and I've already heard Alex say it a couple times, but I'll ask him questions a lot, and he'll just say, "Well, it depends. Well, it depends." And I'm like, "Well, I need an answer." He's like, "It depends, situation. We could do this or this or this or this or this." And I mean, once you really open up to that and realize you can structure things like a million ways, you'll find a lot more deals.
Yeah, Tyler, and you're doing a great job, and you have officially quit your job. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know if the job knows it, but I'm just kind of treating them how they treated me. I'm just not going back. But I told everybody else that that matters and cares that I'm done.
Can you walk us through this process, right? Like you have how many kids you have?
I have 2 kids.
You have 2 kids, wife, family, and I mean, I'm sure that was nerve-wracking for you. Like what provided you the confidence to be able to take that step?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I'm still, I guess, trying to prove to some people, which you always have, but it's just driving me more. The fiance is fully in for it. She's, in, she sees it. And what really got me going, I guess, was just the action. Like, I think I told you guys a couple of months ago, I was like, I was locking up deals by being a full-time power lineman, working 16-hour days sometimes, getting deals. And I'm like, what could happen if I did work? Like, what if I was at my house chilling, doing this all day? And so I took off 2 weeks ago. I told work I had COVID, kind of a trial run. And all of a sudden, I was just deal after deal after deal after deal. Single family, multi, everything, all over. And then I decided to go nationwide. So everything just opened up at once. And just seeing it kind of work, and then having you guys backing me and your guys' team, and just like having the systems in place to, like I said, relationships. I have a very strong confidence in myself, but whenever I have people like you guys in my corner, that helps a lot as well too.
Yeah. Well, we're in your corner, man, and you're doing a great job. And I just think it's a true inspiration because there's probably, like I said, there's 40 people still in here right now. And I'm sure some of us are scared to take that leap. We're scared to take that step due to lack of confidence, due to not having the right information, the right knowledge, the right relationships. But it's all accessible. And, back to my point of, earlier today where, Kat, go to the thing real quick, go to the shared screen. Back to my points of earlier today of like, dude, if I can do it, if this person right here can do it, then anybody can do it. And so I just think you have such a beautiful story of being able to take action. You're experiencing the results, and dude, you're gonna be a billionaire if you don't quit.
I know, and actually, Alex and Matt, I don't know if I've ever even told you guys, as long as we've kind of knew each other, but I'm a recovering heroin addict as well. Um, I'm not trying to, promote heroin by saying, me and Alex are recovering for it, but it is possible. I've been clean since like 2016, and I even went through the, trying to substitute it with alcohol stage. I haven't drank in a while, and it's literally what you can put your mind to, and just being focused and quality time. Like I was in a Zoom last night with a couple guys, and that's what they was talking about. Like even if you can only work a couple hours, be the most efficient you can in those couple hours.
Yeah, I did not
Turn
know.
off your phone. Get in a room by yourself. Like turn off the Wi-Fi. Turn your stuff off. Like just be the most efficient you can.
I did not know that. That's beautiful, and congratulations, Tyler.
Hey, can you hear me, Alex?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say a couple things. Yeah, congrats, man. That was pretty funny. I'm not promoting heroin, but no, I want to say congrats, man. Like Alex said, you're an inspiration, and for people listening, like you like I challenged you the other day, right, Tyler? Like you got to learn the language, you got to know what's going on, and it's the hustler game, right? Like you're one out of 100 people that we finally found you, right? And maybe even to be honest. And so now I just got off the phone with my buddy Evan at Endeavor, and their whole team's diving in on the deal. And he's got 3 buyers that he thinks. And I said, hey, maybe we'll split the wholesale fee with you. And I gave him the full story. And so the point is, I'm learning all that, right? But the point is to get in there, take action. If you're scared of like sharing or like people stealing from things from you, knowledge or this or that, you're not good enough, right? Like it's a simple analogy, but like if I'm scared to bring a guy around my wife because he's gonna steal her, then I'm not good enough, right? Like I gotta be better, and you can't have that fear. You gotta be willing to share and help, and we can all grow together. And so, man, we're just honored that you're here. I just want to encourage people to follow what you're doing, and it's a blessing. Learn the language. We got the deal going. We got multiple deals going, and we're blessed to have you here with us, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. All right, get after it. Tyler says we're stealing him away from his cold calls that are making him money.
Hey, I got one more thing. I wanted to throw this out there. Beautiful thing, Tyler, is the results that we're all after. We're gonna billionaire status, whatever it is that we think we want. It's gonna take us 50 years to get there. The beautiful thing is we get to do what we want every single day. We're not looking at the clock. Like, just remember, we got the goals and we're driven, but the fact that we do what we do, that's the win. We already won. We're here hanging out, talking deals, working deals. Yeah, we got goals, but we got to enjoy this journey, and we're already here. So, congrats, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, and that was a big thing I was talking with my fiance the other day. Like, it was Sunday night the other night, and I had pretty much already made up my mind I wasn't going back. And I was looking forward to the next day because I knew I was going to get up, take my son to school, go get a cup of coffee, and call you about these deals and try to get it figured out. And instead of going and dreading work and dreading the 9 to 5, and like it's the whole mindset shift. It's literally like I think I posted a comment on one of your posts last night. Like discipline is freedom. It's like discipline enough to sit down, do this, work creates the freedom to do what you want.
All right, boys. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Matt. All right, everybody. Discipline equals freedom. Action equals freedom. Knowledge equals freedom. The combination of all those things equals what? Financial freedom. Financial freedom is what it equals. All right, so we're going to go into these right now on analyzing deals. We want you to put this into practice and feel confident. Like I said, the one thing I want you to leave with today is to realize just how simple it is to make money, how simple it is to make money in real estate, how simple it is to quit your job, how simple it is to go out there and easily change your circumstances and your family's circumstances. So we're going back to the workbook. We're on page 21. Factors of deal analysis. This is what Tyler was just referring to when Tyler brings a deal and he says, hey, what's the answer? And I say, well, it depends. It's because of all the factors that play into analyzing a deal. It's not just a simple math formula. There's a lot of things that play into the factors of deal analysis, and this is what he was referring to a minute ago. All right, so one factor is the price that you're getting compared to the market value. Like I said earlier, if a property is worth $1 million and you're getting it at 700 grand, then that factor plays into it. What price are you getting versus what is the market value? How far below are the market rents? In that duplex example that I mentioned, the market rents were 100% above where the rents were currently at. If the rents were already at market and he was selling it to us at a price where we couldn't raise the rents any further because they're already there and maxed out, then the value of that deal becomes a lot less. But it's something that we take into consideration as a factor when we are analyzing the deals. Cash flow and the profit. So cash flow, how much cash flow are you getting? What's your cash on cash return? If you're flipping a house, is it worth it to put up all that money, take all that risk, put in all that work to only make $10,000 over 8 months flipping the house? The answer is probably no. But if you can make 100 grand in 30 days by flipping the house, then it changes the factor of the deal, right? Your cash flow, how much cash flow are you getting? When you're analyzing single family rentals for you to hold on to and it says that you cash flow $100, you can pretty much go ahead and assume that you're not going to cash flow $100 because the moment your water heater goes out, the moment your AC unit goes out, the moment the property's vacant for half a month longer than you expected it to be is the moment that you lose that $100 worth of cash flow that you thought you were going to get. Rehab needed. When you're buying deals or when your investors are buying deals, if they can buy a house that doesn't need that much rehab, clean it, do a little paint, nothing crazy, and they still have a lot of room to make money, that is going to be a big factor because the rehab that is needed, the greater the rehab, the greater the risk. The greater the rehab, the greater the work. The greater the rehab, the longer it's going to take. So that's a factor that plays into the deals that your investors are going to be buying from you and what you should take into factor when you are analyzing deals to wholesale and send out to your investors. The financing. Can you get financing? Are you going to be able to get a hard money loan? If it's a commercial property, can you get agency debt on it? Are you going to be able to get a good loan that allows you to cash flow? Are you going to be able to get debt on it at all? What does the financing look like? What will an investor pay? Kind of going back to the price to market value, investors aren't going to pay market value. So if you find a house, let's say that's $20,000 below market value, $280 versus $300, I can guarantee you that an investor who plans on flipping this in some sort of way or needs some equity is not going to buy it from you at $290 just because it's $10,000 below market value. There's no equity there. It's not that far below. So you need to know what your investors are going to pay, and that is going to factor into what you're going to structure this deal with. Another good way of putting that is like, if I would buy this deal at, let's say, 600 grand, therefore I'm trying to negotiate it to like 550 to wholesale it to someone at 6. but I know that there's an investor who will pay 700 grand for it, and I've got this seller who's stuck at 650, even though I wouldn't buy it at that price, it doesn't mean that an investor wouldn't buy it at that price. And so with that knowledge of everything we've been talking about, when I'm analyzing these deals and I'm going into the factors of deal analysis, I'm able to make decisions based on what I know an investor will pay for the property. And even though I wouldn't pay it, if an investor would pay it, I can wholesale it to them at a price that's higher than what I would pay. Another good example of that is the land that we wholesaled that I told you we made $700,000 on. We shopped that deal out to different developers. We talked to one of the biggest developers here in the Central Texas area for single family and other things. And they only wanted to pay $2.2 million for it. But we found an investor who was willing to pay $2.7 million for it, for us to get that $700,000 fee. And that was crucial in order for us to make that much. Because if we had been shopping it out to every investor at 2.7, then we would likely have not gotten it done. But we had this guy in our pocket. We knew that this guy would pay it, and that's what allowed us to get the deal done. So you need to know what an investor will pay for it and what specific investors will pay for what specific deals. The value added potential. How much value can you add to the property by improving it, rehabbing it, the landscaping, raising the rents, changing the management, increasing the occupancy? What is the value added potential? If the value of the property is maxed out and you don't have the potential to add value, then that deal is not that desirable. Who the hell cares? I'm going to pay, unless you're getting it, far, far, far below value, you're not really getting anything that you're going to make a lot of money on. You want to buy something far below value and has value added potential, because that's how you create the extra amount of value and money there. Time to close. Time to close is something that most people don't ever talk about. But write this down. If you can control the deal and get the time needed to find somebody to buy the deal, then that is a value and a factor that you should take into the deal. Every deal doesn't have to close in 30 days. Every deal does not have to close in 60 days. There's no standard. It's all negotiable. We have negotiated deals where we had them under contract for like 18 months. We had a mobile home park. We ended up buying it, but we got it under contract at $1 million. At the time, it was definitely worth more, maybe 1.3, maybe 1.5, somewhere around there. But we had it under contract for 18 months from like February of 2020 to like, I don't know, whatever 18 months after that is. The next year, the property, because we had it under contract and we controlled it, the seller could not sell it to anybody else. We owned the right to buy this property, and he's forced to sell it to us per the terms of our contract. But we had 18 months to figure this out. And by the time that we did close on it, the property was probably worth $1 million more than we originally contracted it. And we didn't even own it. We gained, $700,000 worth of value in this property simply by having it under contract and controlling it for that time period. Time to close is important. Or if you're speaking to a seller and the seller says, I have to close in 7 days. If that's the case, then my price is going to be really, really, really low. If you're not going to give me the time needed to do what I need to do, and in order for my investors to do what they need to do, then you've just got to give me an absolute no-brainer of a price here if you want me to meet you at those terms. Time to loan maturity, right? I don't want to go buy something that I'm not going to be able to refinance out of, something that I'm not going to be able to get new debt on, something that I don't want to go buy any property like that with a hard money loan that I'm going to get stuck with and be forced to pay this high interest and forced to, sell the property, bank take it back. I don't want to get bad debt that gets me stuck in deals and puts me underwater. So the time to loan maturity, this is really important as well. especially with seller finance deals that we're going to cover here soon as we go through these equations. If I'm structuring a seller finance deal and they want the loan to mature and there to be a balloon payment in 3 months, then that's really not valuable to me at all. It's pointless for the most part. If I'm structuring a seller finance deal, I want 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, 20 years, as much time as I can get. So the more time they're willing to give me, the more I can pay for a property. The less time they're willing to give me, the less valuable it is. Therefore, I need to get that value from somewhere else. Last but not least, debt service. What is this debt service going to look like? Are we going to be able to service the debt? Am I going to get cash flow? We're working a few seller finance deals right now where we're putting a little bit down, not a ton, maybe like 10% or so. And then we're negotiating debt service terms where we get deferred payments, like 0 payments for the first 8 months. Then for the next 12 months, it's only $2,000 monthly payments. Then after that, 18 months later or 20 months later, the debt payments go up to $4,500 a month. So structuring debt service and negotiating this, and depending on what those debt service terms look like, depends on a factor of the deal. If I can get a seller finance deal with an extremely low monthly payment, I can pay a higher price for it. And so all these factors play into what a deal is going to be worth, what you can offer for a deal, how you should structure the deal. And that's why when Tyler was up here speaking, he said that I say it depends, is because it depends on these factors. The price is important. It's one aspect of the deal, but so are all these other factors that you need to be taking into consideration when you're analyzing deals. All right, seller finance formula. This is page 22 inside your workbook. Make sure you write this down if you're not utilizing the workbook. Look at you, Eddie. Eddie, give me a thumbs up. I love that you got your workbook there. I hope everybody else is utilizing it as well. Page number 22 inside your workbook. The seller finance formula. This is how you're going to structure and work your seller finance deals. It's market rent times number of units times 12 months times occupancy percentage. I'm going to go through all these things with you. Equals annual income minus your operating expenses equals your net operating income minus your desired cash flow. I'm going to pull out my workbook here so that we can go through this together. We don't have it as a slide, the word problem, but what page is it on? It's page... I got it. Is this one, right? I think it is.
It's the first one.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to go through a word problem here. I want to do this real quick while we're analyzing these deals. So let's go through how to run a seller finance formula. I want you to get a spare piece of paper and write this down and see how easy it is to analyze these deals. So here's the deal. You found a single family home that rents for $2,100 a month. It stays 100% occupied. Operating the property will cost you 45% of the annual income and operating expenses. The purchase price is $300,000, which is $35,000 below comps in the area. You need to structure a seller finance deal in order to make it work. You're putting 10% down and want a 10% cash-on-cash return on your down payment, which is $3,000 annually. What is your maximum allowable mortgage payment? So this is how you structure seller finance deals. You're going to be talking to these sellers, and they're going to tell you, I want to sell it for $300,000, which is the case here. And you're going to say, great, I can probably pay you $300,000, but I'm going to need my mortgage payment to be a certain amount so that I can still make money and get a return. And this is how you're going to run through that formula to come up with your maximum allowable mortgage payment in order to get the return that you need. So the market rents, I want you to write this down. In this problem, your market rent is $2,100. So it's a single family home, which is 1 unit. The rent is $2,100. So that equals $2,100 times 1 is $2,100 times 12 months, which is 12 months in a year. And the reason that you're doing that is you're running these based on annual numbers here. Can you give me some more water, please? The occupancy percentage. Occupancy percentage is the percentage of the time that the property is occupied. 100% occupancy is never going to happen in real time for forever. But if you have a single family house, it's either 100% occupied or it's 0% occupied. Either someone lives there or they don't live there. But you can expect to have some vacancy with your properties. I mean, even single family homes, if your tenants are only staying for 1 year, at the end of that year, if you don't have somebody who's ready to move in the day that they move out, you're going to have some vacancy. And so you're going to have a make ready. You're going to have different costs that are associated. So occupancy at 100% is not really going to be reality ever, even with a single family home. But for the purposes of this and this simple equation, we're going to keep it there. So what we're doing is we're going to take 2,100 times 12 times 1, which is 100%, gives us our annual income, $25,200. Everybody pull out your calculators if you don't have one ready. If you're not good at math and you can't do these calculations in your head, use a calculator. These are all pretty simple formulas. It's just multiplication, addition, subtraction, division. All right. Now, per the word problem here in your workbook, the operating expenses are going to cost you 45% of your annual income. You're going to pay 45% of your annual income out in operating expenses. Your operating expenses are things like property management. They're things like insurance, things like property taxes, utilities that you might be paying, contractors, maintenance and repairs. All these things are going to make up your operating expenses, and you are going to have operating expenses unless you own commercial properties where the tenant pays for those. But with residential properties, multifamily, you're going to have operating expenses, and you need to underwrite this correctly in order to be able to account for those. So I want you to put in the chat here, what is 45% of 25,200? You're going to take 25,200 times 0.45. Put it in the chat. That's right, 11,340. So go ahead and put that into your equation here and subtract 11,340 from 25,200. What do you get? That's correct. Y'all are fast. All right, your net operating income is going to be $13,860. Now remember, earlier in this problem, you have agreed to put 10% down. So what is 10% of $300,000? What is your down payment there? 10% of 300,000 is 30 grand. So that's your down payment. And you want to get a 10% return on your down payment. So what is 10% of 30,000? $3,000. So that's your desired cash flow here. So you're going to subtract $3,000 from your net operating income. And what does that give you? It's 10,860. Then you're going to divide that by 12 because you want to break it down monthly and figure out what your mortgage payment is going to be. And that brings you to $905. So when a seller comes to you or you go to a seller and you're negotiating the deal and it doesn't work for a cash offer and you tell them, well, I can seller finance it. I can give you a down payment, make payments to you moving forward. I can probably pay your price. This is how you're going to run the equation here to come up with your maximum allowable mortgage payment. Now, even though you may not buy this, if you're strictly focusing on wholesaling, you're going to write up this contract and write up this deal with the seller, and you're going to take this to an end buyer who will gladly pay this price and pay you a fee to bring them this deal. And this is how you get creative and get deals done and wholesale different types of deals to investors. Does anybody have questions on this seller finance formula here? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to drink some tea. Screaming at you guys all day is making me lose my voice. Raise your hand if you raise your hand inside your thing if you have any questions. I want to bring you up to answer questions that y'all have on these formulas. It's really important that y'all know how to work these. Nobody? All right, we got. Yeah, go ahead and bring Michael up. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Alex, appreciate your instructions, man. This is wonderful stuff.
Thank you.
Got going on. My question to you is real quickly: if this is how to do a seller finance type of option for a property, would this work just about on just about any property that we come across if they're willing to do seller finance?
Yeah, absolutely. It works better when the sellers don't have a mortgage on it because then you can truly make this mortgage payment whatever it needs to be. But even if they have a mortgage on it, you can wrap that mortgage and structure seller finance deals. So we always offer it when we're speaking to sellers, and we always have it as a potential solution.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for joining and participating today. I think Eddie had a question as well.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Great. Yourself?
Good. Hey, thanks for all this information. It's awesome. It's great.
You're welcome. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah. Quick question is, how do you get the most accurate market rent?
Yeah, absolutely. So, number one, hopefully you're not doing this by yourself. It always thinks I'm doing thumbs up and does this thumbs up thing. Hopefully you're not doing this by yourself and you have built a team. If you've built a team, then you're working really closely with property managers. You're working with real estate agents who are able to provide you this information. Also, if you've studied your market that you're working in, then you will also know this information. But it can be found in a lot of different ways, like it can be found on Zillow. It can be found on Realtor.com. You can go to like places like Rentometer, places like this. But it's going to come from your knowledge of studying the market and figuring out what places are rented for. Like I know that if I find a house in 78723 that's not in the best condition, it's a 3-bedroom. Here in Austin, I can rent it out for $2,500 to $2,800. Here in Round Rock, for a nice house, 3-bedroom in a nice neighborhood, I'm looking $2,300 to $2,600. And so it comes from just studying the market, knowing the market, having these relationships, asking questions, viewing properties that are listed for lease. And if you're not a licensed agent and you don't have access to the MLS, it just comes from you collecting all this data and studying your market.
Okay, great, thanks, I appreciate it. And how long of an inspection period would you recommend on some kind of contract like this?
Sure, as long as you can get more time, the better. I prefer to, like, the minimum, unless I know I've got an absolute steal, and this is kind of where it goes back to the factors of deal analysis where we were previously. But if I know that I've got an absolute steal of a deal, maybe I choose no inspection period. If I'm unsure and I don't know if a buyer's going to buy it or not, and I need a little bit more time, minimum amount I'd like is like 14 days. But we always try and get 21 days, 30 days, 60 days if we can. The longer the better, because the more time we have, the more ability we have to figure out a solution and get a deal done.
Okay, great, thanks, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, go ahead, put it in the chat, Kamiko. I can't read that far. All right. The next, let's did seller finance first. All right, let's go to the cash offer. This one is real simple. The cash offer formula. Cash offer formula is ARV. Type in the chat if you know what ARV is. ARV stands for after repair value. The after repair value is what the property is going to be worth after an investor repairs it, rehabs it, what the market value of the property is going to be. So the cash offer formula is ARV times 0.7, which is 70%. And the reason that you're doing that is you're factoring in 30% of equity there, right? Someone asked earlier, what percentage of equity are you looking for in these deals? And I told you, ideally, we're getting 25 to 30%, depending on the market, where it's at, different things, the economy, all the other factors of deal analysis. But if we can get 30% equity, that's pretty good. So the reason you multiply the ARV times 0.7 or 70% is because you're locking in your 30% equity. Then what you're going to do is you're going to subtract your repairs. So either A, you bring a contractor to this property to get a repair estimate, to get a bid on what it's going to cost, or if you know your market, you know your labor, you know your materials, you put the time in to study this, even if it's not day one, even if it's day 366, after you've been doing this for a year, you're going to have this knowledge if you really put in the work. You're going to know what the repairs are going to cost. So you're going to subtract those. Then you're going to subtract your desired wholesale fee, whatever it might be, 10K, 20K, 50K, 700K. You're going to subtract that, and that's going to get you your maximum allowable offer. And the reason that it's broken up like this is because it gets you your wholesale fee, your desired wholesale fee, but it also has it's so weird how it does that. The thumbs up. It also gets you, it gets your investor a good price on the property that they're going to make money on. So it's guaranteeing that if you can put this property under contract at 70% of the ARV, minus the repairs and minus the wholesale fee, that your likelihood of being able to find an investor is extremely high because they're going to be walking into all this equity and getting a great deal. We're going to run into a problem on this and work through it together here in a second, but I want to answer Kamiko's, is that her name? Kamiko's question. How do you effectively identify and evaluate potential land parcels for wholesaling? I mean, it's kind of a complicated answer, Kamiko. It's not, I can't answer that in 20 seconds, but it comes from the relationships, knowing what my buyers are going to pay, knowing what developers are looking for, knowing what I can bring to a developer, knowing what our partners want. So it comes from the investor knowledge and information. I'm looking here now. It comes from the investor knowledge and information, and then I go out and I find stuff that I can bring to them based on what they're looking for. Can you scroll me up on the chat just to make sure I'm not missing this? So I hope that answers it, Kamiko, but you need to know what buyers will pay. You need to know what they're looking for. You need to know how much land they want. You need to know what the zoning regulations are with the city and the county. You need to know what things are coming around. You need to know how much demand there is for the parcels that you're looking for and identifying. Absolutely, reverse wholesaling. In a sense, you're welcome. That's what's necessary, unless you already have, someone who's ready to buy it. Scroll me up. James says, so does 70% include all fees, commissions, insurance, taxes, etc.? The 70% is just equity in the deal. So the end buyer is gonna, when you're wholesaling this, sellers are going to be paying some of their taxes. End buyers going to have to get insurance if it's required. The commission is, your wholesale fee here, so that takes into consideration that. But 70% is just the equity in the deal that you're going to have, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question, James? All right. Does James want to come up and speak, or is he saying that answers my question? All right, 2 thumbs up. All right, good. Great, James. Okay. I want to go into running through some formulas here for the cash offer too. One more message, Kat. Can you go to that? All right. So I want to go through some exercises here, but I want to run through the offer that we're making one last time. Again, congratulations to everybody who already took advantage of it. If you haven't yet, you can go to right here. They're putting it in the chat. It's treuniversity.com/fast. But this is all the stuff that you're going to get. And everybody who already took advantage of this offer, congratulations. And this is what you are going to get here. The Wholesale and Jumpstart is a course that we sell for $19.97, and we packaged it up with this offer today. But you get wholesaling tools and software. You're going to get and learn how to build motivated seller lists with all those motivated sellers that we talked about previously. You're going to learn how to negotiate with these motivated sellers in depth. You're going to learn how to find investors and build a database, and how to write these contracts. I'm giving you the contracts, the templates, the calculators to write all this stuff up to ensure that you know how to go out there after today and lock stuff up and start making money, just like old Tyler Osborne, and quit your job as a lineman. The next thing that you're going to get, again, this is about wholesaling, this workshop here, but nobody gets into real estate to just be a wholesaler, I promise you. Everybody, including you, wants to do more than just wholesaling. Wholesaling is great. It's a great, easy, quick, fast way to make some cash, but you're never going to build wealth that way. And you need to start learning other exit strategies, and you need to learn how to buy real estate to own it. So some people here, I'm sure you want to flip houses. And you get the House Flipping Made Easy course. This is part of the bundle. How to build that great team, how to find great contractors and lenders, finding great deals, managing the contractors, which is extremely important. You need to learn how to manage contractors because they can ruin your flip. And then getting the deal sold for big profits. How to do that, how to select the right agent, how to market this effectively and make big money flipping houses. House Flipping Made Easy. You get this course. We typically sell that for $19.97 as well. And last but not least, you get the Buying Cash Flowing Rentals course. This is the course that's going to teach you how to identify deals to buy, to hold on to rent out, so that you can start building wealth and cash flow through rental properties. You're going to learn the 4 rules of rentals, how to locate the best markets to buy rentals in, finding and negotiating the best deals, managing the property manager. Again, just like the contractors when flipping houses, if you have a bad property manager when you're buying rentals and managing your rentals, they can ruin everything. So you're going to learn how to find the right manager and manage that manager effectively. And then the best part about owning real estate is the cash out refinance and infinite returns. We're going to teach you how to buy the properties right, how to get them cash flowing, how to manage them effectively in good markets with good cash flow, to then be able to refinance the deal into good debt terms, pull all the money out that you invested into it, where you have $0 in the deal, to be able to take that money, a non-taxable event, free money that you don't pay taxes on, to go reinvest into more real estate, and on that original property get infinite returns. We sell each one of these courses for $19.97, but we're packaging them all up for $57 a month for only today. You go to treuniversity.com/fast. And the best part about all this stuff that I just went through is you get to work deals with us and our team. When you are in the TRE University, you get access to our sales team. Just like Tyler was talking about previously, when you're a part of our programs and you know what to look for and you know how to identify the right deals, you're going to be able to take these deals and send them to me and Matt, send them to our team so that we can work these deals with you. Our sales team will help you get them under contract. Our sales team will JV on these deals with you. Our sales team will ensure that you take it from A to Z and that we're buying good deals together and making money together. That's priceless. To be honest, I mean, you're not going to find anywhere that you can just go send deals to and they're willing to work these things with you, negotiate them with you. It's very hard to find that. But when you're in our program and in the TRE University and the TRE Academy, you're going to get access to work deals with our sales team. All of this we sell for over $6,100, but you're going to get it today for only $57 a month. Cancel at any time. treuniversity.com/fast or scan these QR codes. And last but not least, the treuniversity.com/EC. Again, I mentioned this earlier. This isn't going to be for everybody. The $57 a month, we did that because it's extremely affordable. You pay $57 a month, you learn everything in these courses, you work with our sales team, and you pay $57 a month to make $100,000 a month. But it's extremely affordable, and we priced it like that because we wanted to give y'all a low entry point to get in the game and start making some money. Because y'all can't allow $57, $100 to stop you from making money. When you go out there and you're negotiating these deals and you're writing up contracts, you're going to have earnest money. You're going to have option money. It's going to cost you things to put these deals under contract. And if $57 is stopping you from making $100,000, you're not going to make it very far. And so we priced it like that to get y'all in the game, to get you the information that you need, and get you connected with our sales team so that we can start doing more deals. Now, that's accessible, I believe, to everybody. But everybody here is probably not going to be a good fit for the entrepreneur community. This is for those who want to take it that extra step, who want the coaching, who want the hand-holding, who want me and Matt to negotiate these deals for you, who want us to take you all the way through, give you our resources, our connections, our lenders, our contractors, everything we have and know. We do it with you inside the entrepreneur community, as well as you're with other entrepreneur community members such as Tyler, who are out here doing this and hustling as well. There's live coaching calls twice a week, 24/7 support directly from me and Matt. All of our resources and connections. We will literally negotiate these deals for you, and we don't even want any part of it. We just want to help you, and this is what we do for the people inside the community. We'll negotiate this for you. Partner with us on our deals, and you get access to exclusive deals and opportunities. This is truly, really only for the hustlers who want to take it the extra step. If that's you, scan this QR code and apply today. We don't let everybody in. But fill out the application, set up a call with me and our team, and let's see if we can make something happen. All right, let's move on here to the deal exercise for the cash offer. Kat, can you put this up here? And I want them to do this exercise. It's on page, what page is it on inside your workbook? For those of you who have this workbook, can you please comment cash offer deal number 1? Can you comment what page it's on inside your workbook? I assume it's page I need some help, Kat. All right, put this on the main screen here, though. I want y'all to solve this, the word problem. What page is it? It's 27. Oh, this is just the bottom part. You sure? All right, put this on the screen. I want everybody to go to page 27 inside your workbook, and I want you to fill this out. The ARV, follow the word problem, and yeah, page 27. It's about you finding a single family home that's distressed, making a cash offer. I want you to fill this out real quick. We're going to be right back, go through it, and answer any questions you have on cash offers. And then we're going to focus on finding buyers and investors. Put that good music back on that everybody likes, Kat.
Be like this. Be like this.
All right. We are back. We're back. Just as the song that was going to put us to sleep started playing. All right. I do want to go through this exercise with somebody. Can I get somebody here? Everybody get back to your seats. Turn your camera back on. I want to bring somebody up. Maybe we can do Raquel since she's got a question. But raise your hand. I want to bring you up to speak so that we can analyze this deal together, just so that I make sure you fully understand. Anybody raising their hand, Kat? Great. We got Raquel up.
Yes.
Hi, Raquel.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited.
Good.
Story.
Thank you for joining today.
You're welcome. Thanks for the invitation.
Absolutely, and thank you for participating and being willing to come up here. So let's run through this together, and I'm going to answer your question that you have on how to determine or set your assignment fee. But let's go ahead and run through this. So the problem here was, this is page 27, right, on your workbook. All right, so you found a single family home with a distressed seller that would make a great wholesale deal. It has not been updated in 15 years and has been rented out to a tenant that has not taken great care of the home. After using your repair worksheet, which is a worksheet inside the wholesaling course, after utilizing your repair worksheet, you estimate it needs $30,000 worth of repairs to bring it to the ARV value of $400,000. You need to make an offer and get it locked up so that you get a $1,000 wholesale fee. What is your maximum allowable offer? So run me through this equation here, Raquel, just based on this, and then we're going to get to your question.
Okay, well, the estimated after repair value is 400,000, and, times the 70% is 280, and I subtract the, amount of estimated repairs to bring it to 250. And, in my example, I didn't see the minus, but I added the 20, but if I subtract the 20, it would be 230,000 would be the maximum desired wholesale fee, or, the maximum allowable offer.
That's right. Good job. Great work. That's exactly correct. 400,000 times 0.7 minus your 30,000 repairs minus your desired wholesale fee gets you to the offer of 230,000. Now, I've got another question for you that's not here in the workbook, but if your offer to the seller is 230 and your wholesale fee that you're going to try and get is 20,000, what is the price that you're going to offer this to investors?
250?
That's right.
Okay.
You're going to try and wholesale it to an investor for 250,000. The seller is going to get the 230 that you agreed upon with them. The investor is going to get the house. They're going to likely flip it or turn it to a rental, and you at closing are going to get $20,000. Now, Raquel, to answer your question on how to determine or set the assignment fee, I can give you my response, but what are your thoughts? I mean, based on everything you've learned today and everything that we've covered, how do you go about figuring out how much to make?
Let me see here.
No wrong answers.
Yeah, I would probably look at how much I want to make. That is reasonable. I mean, honestly, yeah, I would probably go lower, because that's just me. So I would feel that would be gouging, in the transaction. So I would probably would have said 10,000, just because.
All right. Well, what if, and this is all stuff that we teach inside the courses, but with negotiations with the sellers, you're asking them for a price. What if the seller tells you that they need to walk away with 200,000? How much is your wholesale fee?
Oh, 30.
Well, it'd be 50 if you sell it to an investor at 250. So if you know that an investor will buy it at 250, your wholesale fee is going to be whatever you negotiate with the seller below that price. So there's no standard. I mean, people typically think $10,000 is the standard wholesale fee. I told y'all at the beginning of today that I don't know if this is accurate or not, but this is based on a Google search, is that the average wholesale fee in the United States is $16,000. That doesn't mean that every time your wholesale fee has to be $16,000. If we operated with that in mind and only tried to get $10,000 on every deal, we would have never gotten a $700,000 wholesale fee, $500,000 wholesale fee, $400,000 wholesale fee. The reason we came up with those numbers was simply based on what we knew an investor would pay for it and what we negotiated with the seller. And we worked the sellers down as far as we can get them in order to make our fee bigger. Does that make sense?
It does. Mhm.
So the answer to the question is ultimately, the better you are at negotiating it, the bigger your fee is going to be. And also it depends on the seller's necessities, what they're able to do. If the seller owes $230,000 on the property, the likelihood of you being able to negotiate them down to $200,000 is pretty low because they owe a mortgage of $230,000. So when you're working with the sellers and you're negotiating and you're learning the story, the motivation, what they're going through, what they need, all of that plays into the negotiations to get it as low as you can in order to make as big of a fee as you can.
So where would I subtract in this? I would do the same question if I was subtracting, this is for cash offer, if I was subtracting how much they owe on a mortgage? Say if there was a repair and that was what they owed.
Yeah, I mean, you can work backwards, right? Like if, let's say the ARV is 400 and they owe 380,000, there's likely not going to be a deal there unless you structure a sub-2 deal or a seller finance deal. And that's kind of where the flexibility comes with being able to be creative in these transactions. But you just have to utilize the information that you have available to you. You knowing your market, you knowing your investors, you knowing what you can sell this thing for, to negotiate it to a price or with terms that would make sense for an investor and for you to make money. Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
Great. And good job on this. Did you understand the seller financing equation as well?
I did, yes. Yeah, I have to kind of look at it, so, and looking at it has helped.
Good. Great. Good job. And there's more exercises here inside this workbook. And everybody who, maybe you got the first one, it's obviously easy to do when we're working through it together here, but run through these a few times, practice these. You need to get good at this math and running these formulas so that you can start to do these on the spot and calculate your offers and analyze these deals. Kat, can you go back to Michael Flowers, please? He had raised his hand. I'm not sure if he wants to come up here or not. There's somebody else who maybe it was Pat. Is there a Pat in here? Did anybody else have a question? Michael, did you have a question?
No, you answered it already. When you went over the first one.
What was it?
Yeah. You asked her how much would she wholesale it over to the wholesale, to the investor for, or what was her wholesale fee? And the answer was actually 50,000.
Correct. Yes, sir. You understand the cash offer formula?
Yes, I understand this one, but I had a little bit of trouble with the seller finance deal on hot number 2.
Yeah. You had a question on it?
Well, I kind of do. When it says the market rent, is that what the rent is being for that month, or would I have to multiply that by the number of months there is in a year to get the annual?
You're talking about seller finance deal number 2 in the workbook?
Yes, sir.
What
Yes, sir.
What page is that?
26.
Okay. Ask me your question one more time.
You see where it says the market rent? My question is, when you do, and it says up in the first one, it says you found an 8-unit apartment complex that rents for $900.
Mm-hmm.
So my market rent is $900, or is that $900 a month, or that be 900 times 12, give you an annual amount?
Yeah, that is $900 a month per unit. So,
Okay.
so $900. So the way that you would run through that is you would take the market rent of 900 times 8, because you got 8 units, and then times 12 to get your annual gross income, and then you multiply it by your occupancy percentage, in this case 95%, and that gets you to $82,080, which is your annual income.
How much again?
$82,080.
Got it.
You following me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So it rents out for 900 per door, 900 per unit.
So 900 per unit times my 8 units, which give me the 7. I believe it was 7,200.
Correct?
7,200.
A month?
7,200 a month, right?
Yes, sir. You want to, let's run through the rest of it. Let's run through the whole problem. So we got $900 per unit times 8 gets us $7,200 a month, times 12. I'm gonna write it out here because this isn't a problem on the thing, so I want you guys to see it. So 900 times 8 equals $7,200 a month, times 12 equals $86,400 a year. Y'all can see me writing up here?
Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to multiply it by our occupancy percentage, which is 95%, times 0.95 equals $82,080 a year. And this is my gross annual income. So without taking expenses and without debt payments, the property makes $82,000 a year. Now, what do we do next? Mr. Flowers? We can't hear you.
My net income?
Yep. So now we need to subtract our operating expenses. And our operating expenses are going to be 40% of our income here. So we're going to take this $82,080 and multiply it by 0.4. And that's going to give us $32,832. So we're going to subtract that from our annual income, 82,080, and that gives us $49,248 and what we call the NOI. NOI stands for net operating income. With commercial real estate, this is how commercial deals are valued, is based on the net operating income, the NOI that a property brings in. So, you following me on how I came up with that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and put this in parentheses just so everybody knows. This is our 40% operating expenses. All right. So now what we're going to do is subtract our desired cash flow from our NOI. So what's our desired cash flow on this deal, Michael?
5,000.
That's all you want?
Okay, well, shoot.
What's it saying?
25,000.
What's it say in the word problem for a 12% cash on cash return?
15% down, and I want 12% cash return on my down payments. I didn't get that part. That's why I got stuck there too.
That's okay. I'm going to run you through that real quick for everybody who might be confused, and we're going to come back to the remainder of the formula here. So cash on cash return. We're going into higher level stuff here. We're moving past wholesaling, and we're moving into wealth building right now. So this is great. This is how you guys are going to build wealth. This is how you're going to, when you're buying real estate and you're owning these investments and not just wholesaling them, this is how you're going to guarantee your cash flow. This is how you're going to guarantee you're able to make millions of dollars on a deal by holding on to it. You're going to be able to utilize all the benefits of owning real estate, such as depreciation, appreciation, cash flow, leverage. It's all experienced when you own this real estate that you're finding. After you've made $1 million wholesaling deals and you find an 8-unit apartment complex that you want to buy, this is how you're going to analyze it to make sure that you are going to get your cash flow and get a good return. So we're moving on to higher level stuff here. So cash on cash is a metric that you're going to utilize to see what your annual cash flow is in relation to cash you have invested in the deal. So your down payment in this scenario is going to be the cash that you have invested in the deal. And your down payment is going to be, per this form, word problem here, is going to be 15% of the purchase price. So 0.15, 15%. I'm going to write it here. I keep forgetting. All right, so your down payment in this word problem equals 15% of the purchase price, which is $650,000. So the way to find out what your down payment is to take $650,000 and multiply it by 0.15. What's the answer?
You're going to take a second. I'll bring it back up.
Sure, go ahead. Everybody put in the chat too. .15 times 650,000.
27.5.
Yes, sir. That's correct. Good job. So your down payment is 15% of the purchase price, which is $97,500. Now, this is your cash invested in the deal. Now, when you're running your cash on cash formula and you're trying to figure out what your cash on cash return is going to be, you have $97,500 invested, and if you want a 12% cash on cash return, it means that you're going to get 12% of your cash invested in free cash flow every year. So the way that we factor that is we take our $97,500. Can you allow Michael to unmute himself again? You're going to take your $97,500 and you're going to multiply that by 0.12, which is 12%. And what is 12% of 97,500?
$11,700.
Yes, sir. That's correct. Good job. 11,700. And this is a 12% cash on cash return based on your cash invested. So if you invest $97,500 into this deal as the down payment, and you want a 12% cash on cash return on your cash invested, that means every year, or at least initially, you need to get $11,700 in free cash flow. And so in the word problem, that's how it comes up with that number. You follow me?
So my desired cash flow will be $11,700.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Don't let it be the number you said previously. You said That's okay. Look, I mean, this is where you got to. No, you're not. You're doing great. I mean, that's the thing here is, and that's where it goes into the factors of deal analysis is if I'm buying an 8-unit apartment complex, here's the thing. 8 units are typically not in the nicest parts of town, right? So if I'm buying an 8-unit apartment complex, there's my thumbs up again. If I'm buying my 8-unit apartment complex, I'm going to be taking a risk here, and I want to get more than just, a 6% cash on cash return, which is approximately, probably be a little less, like 5% cash on cash return, which is what the $5,000 would be. So I'm going to shoot for, I want 11,700, which is 12%. That's really good. It's hard to get 12% return anywhere on your money, especially with assets like this where you also get appreciation, depreciation, you're utilizing leverage. So that's what we're shooting for. And so what I'm going to do for the seller finance formula, or well, you tell me, Michael, what are we going to do now that we know how much cash flow we want?
Gonna make him an offer.
Well, yeah. Well, but let's get to we're trying to figure out how much we want to pay in a mortgage payment and how much we can pay in order to get this return. So we're going to subtract our 11,700 from our NOI. So what is 49,248 minus 11,700? What's that number?
$37,548.
Yes, sir. Great job. All right. So 37,548, 37,548. This is the most I can pay all year in mortgage payments. And then if you take that and you divide by 12, how much can you pay per month? 37,548 divided by 12 months in the year. Pretty much.
3129.
Yes, sir. Great job. So based on this deal and the metrics that you want and the returns that you want to get, the most you can pay on a mortgage payment here per month is $3,100 in order to get your 12% cash on cash return. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir, it does.
Great. Good job. And good job working through it. And this is all you need to do in order to, this is $1 million math right here. You master this math. You master the word problems in here, the formulas in here. You master how to find these deals. You're going to go out there and you're going to make millions of dollars on all these deals. We just closed a deal in Florida that we're going to make about $800,000 to $1 million on total over 24 months in this deal, simply by following this formula right here. Identifying value, negotiating it, understanding the seller's motivation and the story, putting the right team together of investors, of partners, and working the math in order to get it to do what we wanted it to do because it had opportunity and value. But I mean, it's this simple. Can you read me that name, Kat, in the chat? Who just asked that question? Yes, we can run through it again. I want to. I don't want to go through the same problem. And Nestor, are you willing to come up here and analyze the deal with me? You want to come up here?
Here. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I just missed it. It just, my dog had to go, I'm sorry. But anyway, when I came back, we were almost done. I just want to know, what did you get 908? That's the part I missed.
Yeah, 900 times 8. The 900 is the price per door. So that's the rent that each unit is bringing in. And it's
Got
a
it.
and it's an 8-plex, so that's where the 8 comes from.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Everything is straightforward. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, good job, everybody. Kat, let's go back to the split screen, please. All right, cool. All right, we're moving on to partners and investors. And hey, by the way, if you have questions that haven't been answered, or maybe you're just now thinking of one, or you're thinking of one you should have asked earlier, write it down, put it in the chat. At the end of this, here soon, we're going to bring everybody up for Q&A again. But I just want to say thank you again for everybody joining, for participating, for staying active, for downloading the workbook, and taking this step for yourself today. So we've gone through a lot today. Now we need to wrap it all together and find somebody who's going to buy this deal from us. A lot of people, I believe, are under the false statement, or the misunderstanding that if you find a deal, it's going to be easy to get it sold. It's not the case. I used to think the same thing as well. I used to think, oh, I'm just find a deal and anybody will want to buy it. I'm just going to put it out and I'll have it sold in no time. But that's not the case. You really got to work investors. You really got to work partners. You really have to take your time developing these relationships, learning what they want, learning how to find them the right deals, meeting as many people as you can, building these connections in order to really build a strong investor list and database, and to truly find these partners and investors. Because if you don't put your time into this, you need to do this at the same time that you're learning how to do deals and negotiate deals and speak to sellers and meet sellers. Because if you don't, you're really going to struggle moving your deals when the clock is ticking on your option period and your inspection period. So put a star, highlight this page, make a note and a mental note that you are going to put as much effort into meeting partners and investors as you are into finding deals and negotiating with sellers. It's the other half, and it's not going to be easy just because you have a deal. You have to get that deal in front of the right people. So we are on page 30 right now in your workbook, and we're going to go over where to find partners and investors. A lot of this that we're about to cover as well, it may seem simple, and it is, but it's going to require you really put in the work and the action here. So where to find partners and investors? There's plenty of local investors. In whatever market you're looking to wholesale in, people are active there. People are doing deals there. People are buying properties cash there. There are local investors. Places that you can find these local investors is, local meetups. Like we just had a local networking event last Friday here in Austin, and that was a place where you could have gone and met 60 investors, 60 people who are buying deals, 60 people who you can add to your buyers list, 60 people you can build these relationships with. But you need to go out and meet these local investors who are buying these deals. It's not just hedge funds and big institutions who are buying real estate. They are, but the single family house, that's the duplex, the triplex, the quadplex, the small commercial deal, any of the deals that we've ever wholesaled to anybody, these are all sold to local investors. Okay, you need to go out and make a point to find them and meet them. Real estate agents, back to the team. And like I told you earlier, real estate agents are going to be extremely important for you to network with and build these relationships with. They already have a list of investors. They already have a list of buyers. And all you need to do is build a relationship with them so that you can send them your deals when you have one, so that they can send it out to their to their buyers list and to their investor list. And real estate agents, you can pay them a commission out of your fee if you want to. You can tell them to add their commission on top of your fee. It's 100% negotiable. The buyer can pay the agent their commission. That's typically how it works. So make it a point to have investor-friendly real estate agents on your team to help you find deals, but also to help you move your deals. Number 3, wholesalers. Back to everything we've been talking about. Wholesalers, they already have investors. They already have an investor list. If you're just getting started and you don't have a big investor list yet, go partner with people. Call my sales team. If you took advantage of the offer that we have going on today, call our sales team and say, hey, I want to access you guys, nationwide database of buyers. I've got this deal under contract. Can we partner together on it? Y'all find a buyer and we split the fee. Utilize all the work that other people have already done. Make it easy for yourself. If you got a $20,000 fee and all you did was find the seller and put it under contract and somebody else does the other half of the work, putting it together with the buyer, it's a win-win for everybody. Seller gets what they want, you get what you want, your JV partner gets what they want, the end buyer gets what they want. Tyler in here just said he's open to JV nationwide with anyone. So partner with people. Find these people that you can trust, these people that you can work with, people that have done more than you have, and work with them at the beginning if you need that assistance and that help. Friends and family. Maybe Uncle Rick is a real estate investor who wants the deal. If you're raising capital from people, find people who are interested in buying real estate and investing in real estate and start to build the relationships. The same thing with deal flow with the sellers on building relationships with agents, brokers, investors, wholesalers. Those relationships are for deal flow in. In finding investors and buyers for your deals, it's all about relationships. You can post them on Facebook groups, which we're going to cover. You can post them on software such as Investor Lift or things like that, where people just see the deal in like a marketplace. But the true way you're going to get a lot of deals done is by having relationships with buyers and fostering these relationships and really learning what they're looking for and how you can bring them deals that satisfy what they want to buy. Now, at that same point, don't just assume that everybody's a buyer. A lot of people, have a real estate investor inside their Instagram portfolio and they've never bought a real estate deal. So find the people who are actually doing deals, the players in the market, everything we've been telling you so far about finding those who are serious and start developing relationships with those people. Real estate investment meetups, like I just mentioned. Eddie, type in the chat what city you live in. Raquel, I know you live here in Austin. There's so many real estate meetups you can attend and meet investors and buyers. Eddie, put in the chat where you are. You're in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, or Pittsburgh, Texas? I know both. I assume Pennsylvania. You don't want to go to Pittsburgh, Texas, I promise. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, I guarantee there are real estate meetups in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's just look. I want to. Can you fix this TV? I want to show you how easy it is to find let's do this. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania real estate meetup. See how easy this is. Meetup.com, topics real estate. What is all this meetup.com stuff? Acre of Pittsburgh. What is this? Active community of real estate entrepreneurs. This is pretty cool. This is in Pittsburgh. Upcoming events. Main monthly event with Robin Thompson, the queen of rehab herself, Tuesday, March 5th. Look, I just went to Google and I found all these meetups in Pittsburgh. And do this with your city. Real estate activities and events on Eventbrite. SEO, Shamrock Crawl, Master Real Estate Investing. Looks like that's you have to charge to go. Become a real estate investor. That's free in Pittsburgh. Real estate investing community masterclass Pittsburgh. It's on Tuesday. Focus of a real estate investor. This is today at 7 p.m. Financial freedom. Who knows what any of these are, and I don't know if these are any good or not. But there's plenty of stuff in your market and where you're at for you to take advantage of. So just go to Google, search it, start building relationships with these communities and these networks. Another great way is by joining like our community, joining the entrepreneur community, joining if y'all took advantage of the program here today. You just bought into not only your education, bought into yourself, but you bought into us. You invested in yourself, you invested in your future, but you invested into us. And when you invest into us, we invest into you. And so now you've got access to our team, to all the relationships that we have, and we're going to be able to provide a lot of this stuff for you as well. But just go out in your marketplace and start meeting people. There's plenty of investment meetups for you to attend. You just got to show up and say hello. Facebook investment groups. There are tons of Facebook investment groups, real estate, Austin. Check this out. So go to Facebook, in the search bar, type in real estate, your city, go to groups. Matt's shaking his head at me right now because I'm not a part of these. But all you got to do is scroll down and look at all of these Facebook groups here. You want to join these. You want to talk to people in here. You want to connect with people in here. You want to start building these relationships. This is where all the real estate investors are hanging out. This is where they're active. This is where deals are being posted. This is where people are doing deals and meeting people in your city. You can do the same thing in Pittsburgh. Let's see what happens in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh groups. Here we go. All right, Pittsburgh Real Estate, 18,000 members. Pittsburgh Real Estate Investors, 20,000 members. Buy, sell, rent real estate, 8,000 members. There's 50,000 people here for you to go connect with, post in these groups, meet buyers, meet investors, meet real people to add to your team and to your buyers list are all inside here. And all you got to do is get in there and start engaging with people. Okay, it's super easy to find. So that's why I said it seems simple, and it is, but you just have to put the action into going out and making the connections and fostering the relationships. Investor communities, just like I was just talking about in all these places, the entrepreneur community, investment meetups, being a part of investment associations in your local area and meeting these people. Co-workers, depending on where your job is, what you do for work. It's just simply meeting these people, going to where investors are, talking to your friends and family, your coworkers, telling them what you're doing, asking them if they know somebody, and building these relationships. Is Matthew still in here or did he leave? Matthew, are you free? Is Matthew free to get up here? Can you come in here, Matthew?
Hey, yo.
Hey, can you make it to where I can see him?
It would let me on mute for a second. I'm here. Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Matt, you were shaking your head?
No, I'm impressed. It's still going strong, buddy.
Thank you.
Get a little round of applause. I was talking all day.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to build you up right now. Matthew is king networker. Everybody in Austin knows the name Matthew Teifke. Matthew in Corpus, everybody knows Matthew. Matthew, I guarantee, knows you. Matthew is king networker. This is what he's done for years and years and years. This is how we get a ton of business. This is how we get a ton of relationships, is by Matthew putting in the work every single day. Like I said, doing these simple things such as local investors, friends and family, investment meetups, Facebook groups, investor communities. It's a simple concept, but it's really hard work to foster these relationships, pour into these relationships, and it takes a ton of consistency and discipline and follow up over years to really develop these and build these. But we would not be where we are today without having Matthew holding it strong and being the best networker in the world. So Matt, I wanted to bring you up to talk about that and your relationship. Your experience with building these relationships and meeting investors and meeting people and connections that really take all the operations to the next level.
Yeah, man, thank you for all that. I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here. If you're on a computer, look at your phone real quick and scroll to the bottom and tell me how many contacts you have. Let's start there. Put it in the chat if you can find it. Let's see who's got the most. Scroll to the bottom, 15, 20, not bad. What do we got? Come on. How much you got?
I have 220,000.
So, put it in the chat. I think I have maybe around 10,000. The other question though is, are you adding to that daily? Really think about it. Drew 6,200, that's great. I've never found anyone who has more than myself, except for one lady named Rebecca. I don't know what she did. I think she uploaded from the computer or something. But the point is, are you adding to that, right? Are you adding every day? Every realtor, every inspector, every appraiser. And then it comes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Is we enjoy the journey. We're blessed to talk to people that we talk to on a daily basis. You get to meet new people. This is life. This is living. I don't want to be living as a recluse talking to nobody. This is a special day, right? We're very blessed to be able to do that. This morning, for example, I went to a meetup, and there was probably 35 people there. I paid for everybody's breakfast. I was with my buddy James McGill, and there were city council members, there were people on boards, there were attorneys, there were realtors. And what I realized, and Alex said this, we have these little rules that we have, but real estate's a team sport. You can't do anything on your own. And a lot of us have the same goals. And it's back to plugging in, having a network, helping each other, having fun along that process. But you've got to treat it with consistency, right? It's easy to store a name in your phone book, but every person I talked to today, for example, this is one of the best group meetings I've been a part of in a long time. It's top developers in Corpus, two of them, one of the largest landowners in Corpus. And guess what I did? I got action items from all three of them. So that was another way for me to stay in touch with them, and another way for me to ping them again. And my goal, and I believe this, is if everybody in this room, which the door's open, if we're all talking together in 5 or 10 years or 20 years, there's probably some amazing things happening. So I personally believe that real estate is not about numbers. It's not about location. It's not about any of that. It's about people. All those things matter, extremely important. If you have the right people, you can plug in a lot of different ways. You can have partnerships. You can have some small pieces of different developments. And that's what I'm focused on. And it's a fun journey, right? You get to learn, you get to grow, and you never know where connection can take you. So I got a lot of it from my mom. I try to talk to everybody as much as I can. I believe that everybody that I come across on a daily basis, they're putting my life for a reason, and I'm putting their life for a reason, and I'm on a mission to uncover what is that reason, right? And it doesn't have to be to make money, but if you approach people as fostering these relationships, there's a lot of really, really special things that can come from it. And I seek to do that with everybody I can. I'm not perfect. I will be better at it. There's people that I wish I would stay in touch with. But I think you have to really focus on having a massive network. If you find a deal and you don't know a developer or a builder or a lender, then it's really hard to get things done. So it's a 24/7 focus of mine to build new connections, every kind that I can, right? Sometimes I substitute teach at my kid's school. I'm helping people out, but guess what? I'm getting my name out there. And it all can lead to different aspects of growth, whether that be personal, spiritual, financial. But just never forget, this is my opinion, real estate is a people business over a dollar business. And you gotta have both sides, you gotta have great partners. We wanna be partners with you guys. I would encourage every single one of y'all, text me right now, 512-914-4806. 512-914-4806. Give me a real challenge of some way that I can personally add value for you. I want a real one though, not something simple. Test me out. And if I go do that and I add value for you, it's gonna be a pretty special thing, especially when I do it for 20 people in this room or 30 people. Maybe 1% of you guys will do that, right? But I'm looking for the hustlers. We're not here to talk just to talk. We want to make moves. We want to have things happen. And it's a beautiful thing when we can all plug in and help each other. I have skills that you guys don't, and you guys have skills that I don't. But if you think of it in a biblical sense, the body of Christ, we all help each other out. We all have been given gifts, and the gifts are used to serve others. So that's what I want to do, and I want to foster that, and I want to connect people. And Alex, it's funny, I've had a good buddy of mine, James, here. He was skeptical for a long time. Like, what's Matt doing? Like, what does he want? And finally, he opened the door, and a tremendous amount of doors have opened for me in Corpus. Because James sees that I'm here to add value. And it takes time, right? It takes time to do that. I'm getting some text, I appreciate it. Don't forget what I said, though, right? I'm not asking for you to text me just for your name. Give me a challenge on how I can add value for you. That's important, right? Like, this is a competitive business. We say words not to say them, but they mean something. And so if you don't follow the instructions, it's like you're not playing the same game.
All right,
Let's make
Matt.
progress. Let's help each other.
Matt, I'm gonna hit you with the rapid fire questions. You ready?
Go on.
All right. 2 tips to find local real estate investors.
Just start very simply, right? Everybody right now can go get a list of 5 people. I'm not going to give it tips as much as go get 5 real estate people right now. At the end of the day, put them on a piece of paper and go have coffee with them. After you do that, reach back out to me. But I've talked about theory so much, and people don't do anything. So I'd rather just give them an actual action step. Find 5 real estate professionals. Put them on the list and go meet them.
Yeah, that was my question. That was my question.
Yeah,
Give them
that's a good question.
2 action steps.
So do that, and then number 2, follow up with me and tell me how that went, and let's go with an action plan on what we're going to do with those connections.
All right. Question 2. When they go out there and they find an investor-friendly real estate agent and a wholesaler, multiple of each, what should be their objective when they reach out and meet these people?
2 things: add value, right? Add value for them. But here's the simple framework: find somebody who's making money in real estate and go help them make more money. Add value, right? Just have something that you're going to do to help them out. And that's like I was saying this morning. I met literally, they were like, we got to meet this guy. He's the largest landowner in Corpus. And so I talked to him. How can I help you? I need an engineer. What does me getting him an engineer have anything to do with me making money? A lot, right? It gives me another reason to talk to him, to go meet with him. And so after this call, the next goal is I got to find a great engineer to get this guy connected with.
All right. Facebook investment groups. 3 action steps for Facebook investment groups over the next 7 days.
Join local ones, post a video about who you are and what you're doing on that group. Make it something cool, not just you sitting at a table. Be out of the property, get some traction, right? And say, I'm looking for deals. I'm also buying real estate. Post your email. Collect all those emails. Put those emails on the spreadsheet with the people that you're meeting, and repeat that process on as many groups as you can. If you look at our Facebook Live today, Alex, or anybody, I think I shared this video to probably 75 plus groups, right? And so the value's not going to come today, it's not going to come tomorrow, but people seeing your name and seeing you around. So join the groups, have a plan for people to see your face in the groups, and collect the emails and stay in touch with those people.
All right. And last but not least, your biggest lesson that you've learned over the years of being a master networker.
I've already said it, but write it down. Real estate is not about properties and rents, it's about people. That's it. I'm dead serious about that. We have the ability to, and look, I don't ever want this to be soapbox, right? Like, it's, if you guys think I can be better at this, let me know. If I drop the ball, let me know. But we have the really special ability to get all kinds of creative deals done based on the relationships that we have. We find a motel deal, Alex. Let's go find these, let's talk to these motel developers. Let's put this together. We find a RV park. Let's go do this deal. Let's put the motel and arrange this pass. Bring it back to the motel guys, right? And so build the network, the relationships, and the resources. And the other thing I'd say is, like I mentioned, there's probably 1 out of 50 people that you're going to talk to that are serious. All you need is 10 to 15 of those, and you're doing great. So weed through the people that are just talking. They're not bad people, but there's a lot of talkers. And find the people that are taking action and help them take more action, help things be more efficient for them.
Beautiful. All right. Last but not least, give us a freestyle, Aquafresh. Just joking. You don't have to do that.
I appreciate you guys. It's inspiring to see new faces and new people. And I can't tell you how much we care and that we will do what we said we were going to do. I think I had like 3 texts. And I'm sure I'll get more because I gave you a real challenge. But we're not going anywhere. And if you want something, you need something, let's do it. We appreciate y'all being willing to help us. And we're excited about what we can do together.
Beautiful. Thank you, Matt. Matt is truly the king. So take him up on that, and I promise you he's going to follow all the way through. And for everybody, again, who took advantage of the offer and stuff today, we're going to be working with you guys, doing the deals that y'all find and doing these deals together. So today is just the beginning. But take all that down. I hope you wrote notes on what Matt was saying, because this is Matt's realm, and this is what he is best at and what he does for us. And this is what, like Matt was saying, provides all the results. You know, it's the connections, it's the people that allows the flexibility and the ability to be able to do a lot of deals with a lot of people in creative ways. So we are going to do this exercise real quick. Take 2 to 3 minutes, write all this down, compile your notes, and I'll be right back for the rest of today's workshop. right, guys. So it has been a good day. We have, I can't read that. I think it says we have 25 people left in here, including myself. But right now we're going to go ahead and open this up for Q&A. I want to bring people up to answer questions, anything you've learned, anything we've gone over in this entire workbook today. Kat, go back to the split screen. And I want to answer your questions. Anything you got, I want to bring you on stage. Make sure that we answer any questions for as long as you need. That way you leave here with everything that you've wanted to gather from today. You leave here with no questions left, and you leave here confident on what to do next and what next steps to take to start creating wealth for you and your family. So we're going to bring you guys up here in a second. Again, thank you to everybody who took advantage of the offer that we have today. For those of you who maybe have hopped out, go through it one more time. This is only available to y'all who attended this online workshop, this virtual event. You get working deals with our team, which is priceless. You're going to do deals directly with me and Matt and our sales team. Everything, we're going to help you negotiate these deals and do these deals together. Anything that you're finding out there that you need help with. You get the cash flow and rentals course. Not yet. You get the cash flow and rentals course, which is $19.97. You get the wholesale and jumpstart course, which is $19.97. You get the house flipping made easy course, which is $19.97. You get a become recession proof training, which is $97. And invest with $0 online training, that is $97. We sell all that stuff on our website for over $6,100, but you get it for only $57 a month. It's a special offer only for you guys for joining today, for taking advantage of this, for taking advantage of your future so that you can go out there and start creating wealth. Go ahead, Matt. What'd you have?
I just want to say the thing that I really want to point out when working deals with us is if you guys have opportunities you're chasing and you get shut down, or you want us to come in at a different price, right? Like you want us to be the bad guys and offer 100K less or 75K less, we can work the deals on multiple angles. So it's a tremendous value to have somebody that will work a deal with you, whether we're doing it together or as a separate partner. Keep that in mind. That's a way that we've been able to make a massive amount of money to get discounts on properties. And we realized, hey, we're the only two buyers working this deal. So I want to throw that out to you guys.
Yeah, it's that. It's a really great point. It's that, and then it's everything else. I mean, submitting these offers, us helping you sell these deals, us working these deals with the agents and doing these and JVing on them together. We have a team full of people right down the road here that y'all have access to work these deals with. And it's a tremendous amount of value. That way you're not alone. You can work with them. We've trained them. They're working with us, and we're going to make sure that these deals that y'all send, if they're good deals, and we'll help you establish that, is how we can make money doing them together. So I do want to bring everybody up who has questions, anything at all. There's no stupid questions. There's no bad questions. Like I said, this is our time. We went over a ton of information today. I'm really glad that y'all were able to get this workbook. I hope y'all took a lot of notes, but we went over a bunch of stuff, and I know that it's hard to retain. I know that especially if you're new, it's hard to connect all the pieces and the dots together on this. So I just want to take this time to bring y'all up, answer any questions at all that you'll have about anything that we went over today. If you do have a question or you want to say anything at all, just raise your hand and let's bring you up here. All right, we got Eddie.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. All the information, everything you guys do is great. I had a quick question about an MLS deal. Like, for example, sometimes I'll look on the MLS and I'll see a price that they have on there that it's actually lower than the actual formula. For example, the ARV times 0.7 minus repairs and fee.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's your thoughts as far as locking that up at the price and taking it to an investor and just looking at it, and they look up the address to check it out and they see that you're not bringing anything at mine site as far as any value is concerned.
Yeah, I understand your question. I will say that if it's listed on the MLS at a price and it's been sitting there for a while at this price and it hasn't sold yet, that means that that deal is not a deal necessarily, and everybody viewing that deal doesn't view it as a deal. So you probably need to get a lower price. But I think I understand the question, which is if it's listed on the MLS and you get under contract and mark it up and wholesale it and bring it to somebody else, uh, how would the end investor view it if it's listed and they can go online and see that? The answer to that question is that if it is a good deal, like let's say it's a screaming hot deal and it's mispriced and they post on the MLS today, you reach out to the agent today and lock it up and you mark it up 10 grand, even if you got it under contract at list price on the MLS, if the numbers still work and the value is still there, then you shouldn't have issues selling it to an end investor if it's a good deal. The value is not based on what it was listed for versus what you're selling it at. The value is based on what the property is worth, what the opportunity is, and what the other value points are versus what they're paying for it, that the investor is going to use to determine whether or not it's a good deal or not. For example, there was a deal that was listed on the market 3 years ago. I remember this because I saw it immediately. I reached out to Matt. We made an offer. What is up with these thumbs? We made it. Do y'all see that on y'all's end?
Yeah, we see it.
It's wild. Zoom always does that. So it was listed on the market because I was studying the market, because I was looking at listings every single day. I was studying areas. I noticed it immediately. Matt actually bought this house. It was listed for $150,000. It was a house in downtown Round Rock. That was a steal of a price. I mean, it should have been listed for like 200, 220 maybe. The house needed some work, but I made an offer immediately. I think like $5,000 below list price. They listed it at 150. I think I offered 145. Well, a wholesaler in this area offered 150. They got it under contract, and then they marketed it out at 158. Now they marketed it out to investors $8,000 above what it was listed at on the market. But the thing is they controlled the deal. There was so much value in that deal still that people were willing to pay 158 for it, even though it was listed on the market at 150. Right? Matt actually bought that deal, still owns it today. It's about 2 streets over, or actually it's right down the road from where I'm at right now. He bought it for 158. He put, I think, like 40 grand into it. And I think, I don't know, it's probably worth like 330, 350, 380 today, a couple years ago.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. Yeah, I had my questions about that, and it was like just something that was bumping in my head because, I take it to anybody and they look at it and they like see it and it's like, okay, Eddie, what are you doing? You're trying to, know what you're doing. And it's like, from my point of view, it sounds like that's more of a relationship type of thing to an investor and being like, hey, check this one out. You should know the market in your area. It's a smoking deal. It just happens to be priced at very low on the MLS, just like you're saying on that deal.
Yeah. It's about the value. It's not about the list price. So, and any true investor who's buying deals is going to buy into value that you're bringing them if it's enough value and true value. So that's the only thing that you need to make sure you're bringing to these investors is deals that have value for them to make money. I don't know what listing you're talking about, but I will say that if there's something going on with it, if it's been listed at that price for a long time and nobody's buying it, that means that the market doesn't think that it's worth whatever they're asking.
Yeah, it actually just came out. It's just like 3 days old. In fact, I reached out to the real estate agent, and the agent's like, "Oh yeah, we're just taking offers on that. And in fact, we're thinking about raising the price because there's way too many offers."
Well, there you go.
I think they just made a mistake and putting the wrong price out there.
There you go. Yeah, and it depends on their motivation, right? Like maybe you see what you can get that deal negotiated at, or what they'd be willing to lock it up and take it off market right now. Because if that's the case, and it sounds like the numbers are right, and there's a ton of interest on it. But it comes.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. On that one and everyone, it comes down to the motivation and to the story, though. So call that agent and figure out what's going on, why they want to sell, what they need to get, how quickly they need to sell, why are they selling. Learn all this stuff so that you can present a solution to them, whether it is cash, maybe it's a seller finance offer, sub-2 offer, where you lock it up and you transfer this value to an end investor if you don't want to capture it.
Sounds good. Thanks again.
You're welcome. Thank you. What'd you say? I can't read it. Can you read it to me? Let's bring Nestor up real quick. Well, I got you.
Mark just asked if 57 would also include partnerships.
Yeah, Mark. So if you take advantage, Mark asked, 57 a month includes partner opportunity, or is that only in a lead? I think it says. So the 57 includes all the courses and everything mentioned here, and you get to work deals with our team. And so we will be partnering together. You'll be working directly with our team. If you need to, it's available there for you. Sending them deals, having us helping you analyze them, partnering together on those deals. The entrepreneur community is where we take things a step further, and me and Matt personally are walking you through all these deals, negotiating these deals, and us literally being your built-in partner without requiring you give us any equity in the deals. And that is the entrepreneur community. You have to apply to be a part of that, and Kat's going to put that inside the link inside the chat. But it's trauniversity.com/EC for that one to apply. But for this offer we're making today for $57 a month, absolutely, we're going to partner together. If you send deals to our team and these are good deals and you want to work them with us, we're going to be there to partner with you and help you out. Let's bring Nestor up here. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Hey, thank you.
Hey.
Very nice presentation. Well done.
Thank you. Real quick. Am I saying your name correctly?
Say it again.
Nestor?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, man, that's perfect.
All right.
Thank you. You speak Spanish?
Poquito. Ocho
Okay.
ocho tacos.
A lot of people pronounce it with an E-R, Nestor.
Got
It's
it.
Nestor. Nestor is pronounced with the Spanish side. But anyway, it's pronounced Nestor. You did it right. But just a quick question. With all the group that you have, do you also have private money capabilities within the group? And if so, what are the terms, basically?
Yeah. In terms of being able to receive a private money loan?
Correct.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, we give out loans sometimes. People within the community are willing to give out loans. And when we're giving out loans, we need to get really, really, really great returns. And we don't do it that often. So it depends. Again, I know people hate hearing that answer, but it depends on the deal and how we structure it. But we're open to looking at everything. And then other entrepreneur community members do deals with each other and lend each other money and have the ability to do that. And so that kind of depends on each individual member and kind of what they're looking for and what they agree upon. But we also have a tremendous amount of private money lenders available and resources and connections. And those range anywhere from 9 to 12%, could get 100% financing, could be 80 to 90% LTC, a point to 2 points, 12 to 24 month loan terms. But we have a lot of relationships as well that we can provide you.
Right. Is that within the group? Or is just somewhere, external, just private money like the Angels and the Angels group and things like that?
Yeah, it's both. So inside the entrepreneur community is where you get access to all the members and people doing deals like that. And then also where, we might be able to give you a loan, and also where we can connect you with our personal connections to be able to give you a loan as well.
Thank you. That was my question. Thank you very much.
Nestor, before you go, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What is your biggest takeaway from today?
networking, man. It's a lot. I'm talking to Matthew already. He gave me a homework already.
All right, I love it.
So, and that's, he's looking into something. I'm going to provide something to him. So that will increase my network definitely by
Absolutely. So,
waiting for something. But yeah, no, it's good. Also, most of the information that you provided, I've been in the real estate since 1999. I was as a realtor, and I started being an investor since about 2009. I know a couple of people, but man, I have 12, about 1,500 people, but I don't get in touch with all of that. Another question I have is, how do you get in touch with 200,000 people?
like,
You have that by Bruce. Maybe I'm missing something. That's why I'm going to ask Matthew about.
you're talking about when I said I have 200,000 contacts?
Yeah, how do you keep track of that?
I don't.
Remember my brother's song,
I know. I was just joking about that. I did that because I knew that number would beat Matthew's. Matthew loves seeing how many contacts people have in their phones. But I mean, Matthew can come up and talk if he wants. But it's simply connecting. Matt will. I could speak for Matt and say that Matt will go through every single contact in his phone and text them. Hey, how you doing? What are you up to? Anything I can do to add value for you? Matt will literally go through and text every single one in his phone. There's also other ways to do it as well where, like we're doing it like this. I'm connecting with 50 of you guys today. We're building an intimate relationship with each other by connecting for 4 to 5 hours on a Thursday talking about real estate and doing deals. So this is a great way. Social media is a great way. You can do it through, softwares and CRMs and stuff that our sales team and everybody utilizes to make their job easier to send out mass emails, mass text messages, and stay in contact with people. Matthew's unmuting himself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, remember when I said that you're really looking for 10 to 15 hustlers, right? And when you find the right people, it becomes easy. It's easy for me to stay in contact with Tyler Osborne, right? Because he's doing deals and we're talking every day. So you're looking for those people constantly. You're going through a lot to find the one Tyler out of 100. Notice what I did today. I got 15 new contacts from you guys texting me. And I'm texting everybody back, right? So I'm just being dead serious and focused and committed on my aspect. And the right ones are going to stick around, and I'm going to stick around to try to be the right one as well. Does that make sense?
Go ahead, Nestor.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So if you did have 20,000, I bet you there's probably about 25 to 100 true hustlers in there.
Correct.
Right?
That's my number. I have a little heart next to it.
Here's my challenge to you. Go find 5 people that are extremely focused and committed to what they're doing within real estate. You got 2 of them here with me and Alex. There's probably others in this room as well. So you're halfway there. But get the list and go try to figure out how can I help these people out.
Well, that's good. I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you. I have yours, and Alex, can you give me your info too, man? I don't have yours.
Yeah, we'll get it.
Matthew has my phone number, my contact information. Yeah, is that okay if I put my name and number in?
Please.
Yeah, put it in there.
Please. Everyone else here, stay in touch with them and get Tyler's info too.
Nestor, thank you, sir.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Don't call Matthew Matt. Matthew wants to be called Matthew. All right, do we have another question? Anything in the chat? Anybody want to come up? Eddie, can you scroll down the participants, please? Slowly. Donald, Eddie. Does that say Herb? We got iPad, H Hall, James, Jonathan, Kamiko. Thank you for taking advantage of that, Kamiko, and congratulations. We got Kirk, Mark, Michael, Pat G, Raquel, Tyler Osborne, keep going, Xavier, and Zoom user. Anybody else have any other questions? This is your time. I don't want to just sit here in silence, but I want to provide y'all the time that you need to get all your questions answered while we're still here. Scroll all the way back up, Kat, for me, please. All right. Well, today was a really, what do we have here? You can use text blasting software to mass text. Yeah, that's what I was talking about with a CRM. There's lots of ways that you can take advantage of software to outreach and stay in touch with people. Pat G's a smart man. We have Eddie. Go ahead. Let's bring Eddie back up.
Hey, quick question, man. I noticed this from time to time, and I've been wondering why. Maybe you can help me understand this. I always see like big investors never using their own money, their own capital when they have like tons of it. They're always talking about going and getting hard money loans. Now, is that a tax thing or what's that about?
Yeah. Really great question.
That's a really good question. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Alex. I just want to point out, that's, a lot of people ask basic questions. Let's take a little bit more time. That's a really good question.
Thanks.
All right, Eddie. Can you move the camera a little bit to where we can see the whole thing here? Or I can move me if that's easier. That's good. All right, Eddie. Did you and I analyze a deal earlier?
No, we just walked through. No, you just asked me what I got out of this.
Okay.
Walk through a deal of this.
All right. So here's why. Here are the benefits of owning real estate. Matter of fact, put here in the chat, for those of you who are still left, put in the chat, yes, if you want to own real estate, not just wholesale real estate. I want to see how many of y'all are serious about owning real estate. Just Pat G? Tyler, yes. Eddie, yes for you or no for you?
Yes, definitely.
All right. So real estate without leverage is just an okay investment. Leverage is what allows you to maximize your return. So that's the reason why that's the reason why these big investors, that's the reason why Apple is sitting on, I don't know the numbers anymore, but Apple sits on like trillions, billions of dollars cash, and they still borrow money to go do things. The reason why people want to get debt, it is a tax thing, but utilizing leverage, utilizing other people's money is how you maximize your growth. We own, like I told you, like a $40-something million real estate portfolio, houses, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, commercial multifamily, mobile home park. We have retail in Florida. We would be so much smaller if we didn't use debt. We would be about this big. We may own, I don't know, $5 million worth of real estate or less if we bought properties cash. But because we utilize debt and utilize leverage and use that to our advantage, that's how we've been able to grow our wealth and grow our portfolio. So the benefits of real estate are, number one, appreciation. And this all comes back to your question, Eddie. But appreciation, leverage, depreciation. Hopefully y'all can read my handwriting. Appreciation, leverage, depreciation, cash flow. Appreciation, leverage, depreciation, cash flow. Man, there's so many more. What am I missing here? There's so many benefits that I forget to name them all sometimes. Appreciation, leverage, depreciation, cash flow, and things such as cash out refinance is what I want to focus on right now. So, all right, Eddie, you still up and unmuted?
I think so.
All right, good. So,
Yeah.
when I buy a property, let's say it's worth $400,000. If I buy this property cash for $400,000 and the property increases in value 10%, how much equity did I gain here?
40K?
40K. All right. That's 10%, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I utilize leverage and I buy this property and I put down 40K as a down payment, it's still a $400,000 house and it appreciates 10% or $40,000. How much did I just gain? What percentage?
You gain 10%, right? 10% of. Oh, wait. So, yeah, I can't see that small writing on the bottom. Okay, so.
Sorry.
400K.
Yeah.
I went up to 10%, went to 440.
Yep. And I only gained, so it's an extra $40,000 in equity, right?
Right.
If I put $40,000 to buy that $400,000 house, what percentage return is 40K on 40K?
Yeah, there's no return on it. You just got.
Well, it's 40. It's 40 plus 40, so it's 100%.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I
So
see what you're saying.
when I buy the property cash and it appreciates 10%, I only gain 10%. When I buy the property with a loan and I put down 40K and the property appreciates on the $400,000 value 10% and I gain 40K in equity, I just gained 100% on my 40K.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it.
So what's better, 10% or 100%?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, totally.
Okay, so this is the appreciation. So that is the way that you benefit from using debt on appreciation. All right, we're going to go to the next benefit, leverage. Of course, I can buy that $400,000 asset with only 40K. Instead of using all my capital of 400 grand to buy a $400,000 asset, I can utilize loans and secure that asset for something low, such as 40 grand. And I gain all the benefits off that $400,000 value.
With a hard money lender, if they charge you 10 points, isn't that going to kill it?
That's ridiculous. I've never heard anybody charging 10 points.
I don't know. I'm just saying, a percentage of.
Yeah.
Obviously, you got to pay, right?
Yeah. No, it's not going to kill it. You're likely going to pay 1 to 2 points on most loans that you're getting. For those who don't know, a point is a percentage of the balance of the loan. So if I did, in this example, if I bought a $400,000 property with 40K down, my loan would be $360,000. And a point of $360,000 would be $3,600. So 1% of my loan balance is what I would pay as a fee to the lender. And absolutely, it doesn't kill the deal. That'll go, on top of the 40K that I have as a down payment. But still, now I'm gaining 98% versus 10% of cash invested into the deal.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
But we're not done.
All right.
Depreciation. Do you understand how depreciation works?
No.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, let's put it that way.
Not yet. I love it. So this is how you guys are going to create wealth and not pay the IRS taxes. Everybody here knows about Donald Trump making tons of money and not paying any money to the IRS. The way that he does that is via depreciation on his real estate assets. At least that's one strategy he's using. The game of creating wealth and keeping wealth is one of where you learn to not pay taxes to the IRS. It's a goal. You want to earn money and not pay it out. And the IRS wants to take a lot of your money. They want to take 20%, 30%, 40%, depending on what tax bracket you're in. So your goal as you continue to build wealth and acquire assets is to not give the IRS all your wealth. You want to keep it for you and your family. And the way that you do that, one way that you do it is via depreciation. And the IRS allows you to do this. The IRS wants you to take depreciation. The IRS wants you to buy real estate. They want you to utilize this tax loophole to not pay them money. So depreciation is where you depreciate the improvement of the value of that property on paper with the IRS. So we're gonna, anyone, post a comment or stop me if you're not following me. But we're gonna use that same example. We got a $400,000 house, and a value of a house is broken up into two parts. You have land value and you have improvement value. Now, the land value, let's say, is 25% of the total value, so $100,000. The improvement value, let's say, is 75% of 400, which is $300,000. You are able to depreciate the improvements of your real estate assets. You can't depreciate the land, but you can depreciate the improvements. So if you bought this house for 400 grand, you put 40K down, you get to depreciate based on the value of the property, not on the 40 grand. And so this is also where leverage comes into play, is if you put 400 grand in, you can do the same thing, but you could also take as much depreciation as if you paid cash by only putting in 40 grand. And what this allows you to do is, if it was a house, what is it? I think it's like 27 and a half or something, 27 and a half years for residential, or what is it? Let's look it up. Residential, straight line, I think it's 27 and a half. On a house, it is, you can depreciate it over 27 and a half years. That's what I thought. Commercial is 39 years. Oh, y'all can't see my screen. But you could take this 300,000, divide it by 27.5, and every year, divide by 27.5, you would be able to take a $10,900 deduction for owning this asset. Now, if you gain $8,000 a year in cash flow, but you take a deduction or an expense of $10,900 in depreciation, how much money did you make on paper, and what do you report to the IRS?
Would show that,
You lose money.
yeah, that you lose money, yeah, you're at -10.
Yeah, if you make $8,000 in cash flow, paid to you cash in your pocket every year for owning this asset by renting it out, but at the end of the year, you depreciate your asset. The IRS tells you to do it. They tell you, please depreciate it. This is a benefit of owning real estate. You depreciate it $10,900, straight line depreciation. Then on paper with the IRS, you would be negative, $2,900. And guess how much in taxes you pay on negative 2,900? Zero. That's the game. That's the goal.
That's insane. That's crazy. But I'm glad to learn all this. Now I got to get a really great real estate guru, CPA or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, every CPA should be able to do this. It's not rocket science. If they don't do this for you, fire them immediately. But it's not just the best CPAs who do this. It's any CPA should know how to depreciate the real estate. But this is the benefit of real estate. This is why I love real estate so much. I own Bitcoin right now. I own Ethereum. It's been going crazy recently. I cannot depreciate Bitcoin. I don't get paid cash flow through Bitcoin. I could have gotten a loan probably to go buy Bitcoin, but not as easily as I can with real estate. Bitcoin, I can't go in to Coinbase. I mean, I could, I guess, but it's not going to get sold. I can't go into Coinbase and say, I want to offer 50% of a Bitcoin to this seller and expect to get a deal done. But I can do that all day long in real estate. I can negotiate my own deals and buy far below market value. I can utilize leverage. My real estate asset is going to appreciate based on,
You got like a whole list there.
huh?
You got like a whole list there, all sorts of different stuff
Yeah,
you can do.
that's right. My real estate's going to appreciate based on the $40K that I put in my down payment, and I'm going to get to capture it based on the entire value, which is going to create a huge return. My cash flow that I get is going to be based on my down payment, which is going to create a higher return. I'm going to get cash flow, and the best part about all of it is when I get cash flow, I'm going to pay the IRS $0. I get to keep it. They're not going to get a single penny of the cash flow that I earn from real estate. And again, it doesn't even end there. The list keeps on going. When I sell this house, typically you would have to pay a capital gains tax. You're going to pay the tax on the gains that you make from your original purchase price to what you sell it at. That's your profit, right?
Right. Yeah.
But the IRS loves you owning real estate, and they allow you to utilize something called the 1031 exchange. So if I sold this house 5 years later for 800 grand, that'd be, $400K in profit, give or take. I've made eight grand a year along the way, and I paid the IRS $0 in taxes. But that $400,000 in profit that I'm gonna get when I sell it 5 years later, I'm gonna take that money and buy a new property with it and not pay a penny in taxes. And then I'm going to go 1031 exchange. I'm not going to pay a single penny in taxes on the 400 grand that I just made because I'm deferring the tax, and I'm going to buy. And this is how you build and how you grow and how you scale through leverage. Is I bought a $400,000 property with 40 grand down. Right, we made money. We appreciated. We made some profit. When I sell it, I'm going to defer my profit into. I'm going to take that 400K in profit, and I'm going to go buy a $1.2 million apartment complex. And I'm not going to pay a penny in taxes period on the profit that I get from selling that house because I'm using a 1031 exchange and I'm deferring the taxes. And I'm going to get a loan on the $1.2 million apartment complex. I'm going to put 400K down, and I'm going to repeat this process over. Then I'm going to depreciate that asset every year. I'm going to get a lot of cash flow. I'm not going to pay any taxes on it. And then I'm going to sell that thing and defer it again and buy a $5 million apartment. And that's how you build and you scale and you grow and you build your net worth without paying a penny in taxes to the United States government, which should be your goal. I think everybody here likes playing their part and paying in taxes, but you earned this, you shouldn't want to pay or let anybody take your wealth away from you. Your goal should be doing this for you and your family and to keep it all inside.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I have two questions.
Let's hear them.
On the 1031 exchange is deferred. Does that mean that you have to pay that sometime?
Yep, but you can keep deferring. There's no limit.
You can just keep going over and over and reinvesting in other properties?
You can keep deferring till infinity.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, and then my other question is, all right, so all this cash you're getting from loans and everything like that, so what do you do with your regular cash that you have sitting in the bank? It just kind of sits there?
I use it for this. I put it down as a down payment.
Down payment on this, down payment on that. Next thing you know, you got however many millions of, what's your million, you said? 14 million? Your portfolio?
40 plus million.
Yeah, just insane. But yeah, that sounds great.
Let me tell you this, Eddie. You can do this fast. It doesn't have to take 30, 40, 50 years for this to happen. It would likely take that long if you bought everything cash, but this should be everybody's goal. Is like I said at the start of this, Wholesaling is good. It's going to teach you some basics. It's going to teach you some fundamentals. It's going to teach you how to find deals, negotiate, build relationships, everything else. But the way that you build wealth in real estate is via ownership. You need to own these deals and get to a point where you're owning real estate and doing what we just mentioned. Because this is how you grow. This is how you build wealth. And wholesaling is just a job. It's a good job, but if you stop wholesaling, you stop making money. But this pays me while I sleep. If I die, my family gets it regardless. So, Eddie, it can happen fast. I'm 29 years old. I started investing in real estate. I think the first house I bought I was 23 or 22 with Matt. And, we're just at the starting line. We're not even near where we want to be with all the real estate that we want to buy with as many partners as we want to buy it with. So you can do this fast. It doesn't take long to build a $40 million portfolio, but it takes a lot of work. So you can do it as well. And this should be your goal is doing it like this. But money goes into the businesses and it goes into real estate. It goes into that salary. It goes into these lights. It goes into this production that we're putting on today so that I can meet you. You can meet me and we can go do more real estate deals together. It goes into the businesses and it goes into real estate. I tell you where it doesn't go is into a Ferrari or a Mercedes Benz or any of that stuff. It goes into businesses and real estate.
It goes into businesses and real estate. Well, I still like the Ferrari. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, let me tell you. I'll tell you when to buy the Ferrari. When you're...
Yeah, that's for that one too, huh?
I do. This is what you should do. Buy the Ferrari when your passive income allows you to buy it. When you own so much real estate that every month without lifting a single finger or earning 20, 50 grand a month in passive income through cash flow by your real estate investments, then go buy all the stupid stuff. But until then, take your income that you earn from wholesaling deals and invest it into your business, invest it into the real estate because you need to grow your investments. You need to grow your passive income to start that big snowball. That way, 5 years from now, you've got $100 million real estate portfolio and it's paying you 100 grand a month in passive income.
Gotcha. Oh, that's great. I'm definitely gonna get busy. Because for the past 20 years, I've been working for a corporate America job. It's an electronics company, and basically we supplied solder for anybody. Pretty much Apple, Samsung, military, weapons, you name it. We're in there globally. And I've like $1 million deals for them, and I see them making tons and tons of money. And it just killed me because all the skills that I have with the sales department, and I'm one of their top negotiators, and I'm just like, this is crazy. I'm working for nothing, and they're just killing it, and I could be doing something like this and taking care of my family.
Absolutely. Time to make a change. Is that why you joined today?
What's that?
I said time to make a change. Is that why you joined today?
Yeah, it's pretty much time to make a change because it's like I'm not gonna get financially secure for myself or my family working for corporate America, and it's very, very. I noticed that corporate America is very cutthroat. They have no problem cutting people out at the knees so they can stand higher. But in the real estate world, I noticed that it's a lot more. Hey, we're here to help you type of environment. There's a lot of that there. I'm sure there's probably bad apples out there just like any other business, but for the most part, from everything that I've seen so far, like you guys, your goal is to help us grow and become at your level, and that's great. You don't see that in corporate America.
Yeah. Well, here's the truth, Eddie. And I don't know why corporate America. I've never been a part of corporate America, so I don't know the mindset. But here's the truth about it: when we help you, you help us, and we help each other, and we all grow together. Matt and I know that we're not going to be able to go out and accomplish our goals on our own. That's why we want to bring you into what we're doing. We want you to learn all this stuff so that we can go do all this stuff together.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, corporate America is not like that at all. It's nothing more but stocks. Looking at the stockbrokers and making sure that they're protected, well protected, no matter what.
Yeah,
So,
I get it.
Hey, I honestly believe that even within the real estate industry, there's not a lot of groups that operate the way we do. And I don't say that to build us up, but I genuinely believe that there's not a bunch of people that are going to go out the way me and Alex approach things. Like, if you bring us a deal, if you're new to this, most people are going to just want the deal from you and they'll pay you a fee or something. And that's fine. Doesn't mean they're bad people. But our first thing is, hey, you should own this with us. Like we genuinely want to go build a portfolio with everybody instead of just take these deals and cut you out. And I'm not saying everybody's like that, but I personally never found a lot of people that would support me that way. And so we just trying to figure out how to build it on our own and then try to attract other people that are like-minded so we can all help each other like Alex mentioned.
yeah, that's great. That's awesome. That says a lot too, because the knowledge you have is just it's insane how much you guys are putting out there and helping out everybody. And honestly, the monthly charge that you guys are doing is really, if you think about it, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You're talking about, having a pizza night, going out for dinner, and that's it. That's your fee.
It's insane. It's a stupid offer. It's basically free. And the reason we did that, like I said, is Eddie, we've never met until today, at least like this. And I made that offer because I wanted to meet you today. I want you to be a master negotiator with us. Let's stop negotiating solder and let's start negotiating commercial real estate deals. We
Even better.
we wanted to meet you, sir, and so that's why we did it. And the $57, it doesn't even mean anything to us. It doesn't do anything for us, but what it does do is it shows us that you're serious. You invested in yourself. You're investing in us, and now we can invest together.
Gotcha. Cool. Sounds great. I'm gonna join definitely after everything's all said and done and rock and roll and see what we can do together, and not only just for ourselves but for everybody in the community as well too.
I love it. Beautiful, Eddie. Thank you again. Thank you for participating, asking these questions, showing up today, and we're excited to do a lot together with you.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for explaining that real estate borrowing thing, because I never understood it until now, and it totally makes sense.
It's crazy. It's so insane. Real estate is the best investment that I've ever made, and it's created the most millionaires and other very wealthy people. It's the best investment. It's the one investment vehicle that has created the most wealthy people. And so
yeah, that's what I heard. In fact, I think Google, I just looked it up. Real estate creates over 1,700 millionaires per day.
beautiful.
Eddie, the government wants us to own real estate. That's why they put all these programs in place, right? And it's a very simple thing, but I'm not sure if you've ever thought about it. But just very simply, buy a house for $100K, right? Say you put 10% down, you're in it for $10,000, right? If that property goes up in value 10%, how much did it go up? How much is it worth now?
No, 110.
Right. So how much did you make on your $10,000 investment?
Made 100%.
100% on a 10% gain. So you get the value of the leverage increase. You made 100%, and houses go up about 10% a year, right?
Yeah.
Around there. So you're doubling your money in the first year. Where else do you get anything close to that?
Yeah, there's nothing like that. Nothing legally, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's insane. That's great. Thanks again, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you, Eddie. Raquel, go ahead and come on up here.
Yes, I wanted to ask on the auction.com, I get a lot of those properties that come through there. How do I get the information? Is that I think it's a good source to start, but how do I find out who do I reach, who do I find, how do I reach the owners?
So auction.com, I've never bought a deal off of there. Typically when it gets there, you have to go through the auction process of wherever it's listed. And so the listing on the website should tell you what you need to do in order to do it. But a lot of those properties are foreclosures. And what I would recommend doing is looking for pre-foreclosures instead. And pre-foreclosures is the property before it goes into the foreclosure process and gets foreclosed on by the bank. And the way that you find those is by going to the county website, like Travis County, for example. They're all listed on the county's website. And you can see the foreclosure notices to start reaching out to those sellers or owners before they get foreclosed on. And the way that you find out their contact information is either it's on the county appraisal district where they live, the house, the mailing address. So you could go talk to them. Or you can utilize something such as, we're on split screen. You can utilize something such as True People Search.com, which is a free website. And you can search for them here, the property address and the owner's name, to find out their contact info.
There's some that I've researched, and I did this in the past, last year when I first got started. There were some that it'll give you a date as to when they'll be, and it's usually about 3 weeks out before the auction or the foreclosure. Is that enough time?
Yeah.
Some of them are already bank owned, some of them are not.
Yeah, I mean, if it's bank owned, you're going to be going to the bank representative and working it with their agent, right? Or following whatever process they want you to follow. But if the owner still owns it and it hasn't been foreclosed on yet, that's where you can reach out to the owner directly and see if they'd be interested in selling. And yes, 3 weeks out is plenty of time. I told you earlier, we put one on under contract today, and the foreclosure date is next Tuesday. So we got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We have 4 days to work it out. So you can do it in those short amount of times, but you got to move fast. But it is possible, and 3 weeks is plenty of time. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah, because I see these every day, and every day I'm just like, gosh, I should be able to do something with them, even if it's to pick up the phone, but I didn't know where to start. A lot of the questions have been answered in the last couple of days as far as whether I need a contract or what have you, because once I talk to them, it's like, okay, what do I do? But a lot of those questions have been answered today. I haven't taken advantage of everything that you offer in the package. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, I know that. I was going to say, you know what to do. You say, Alex and Matt, I got an opportunity.
Yeah, I haven't taken advantage of it, and Matt is correct. I haven't met anybody, and I've been in the industry just in general for a long time. And no, I have never seen anyone be as generous as you all. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Raquel. We appreciate you. And Raquel, do me something. You're live right now on all the social media channels. This is being recorded. Make a commitment to me and Matt and to yourself here on what you're going to do to change this a little bit and take more advantage and take more action. Just one commitment that you're going to stick to.
I'm going to start bringing deals to you all during the week. I think there's at least three, it seems like there's 3 opportunities during the week to do that for us to bring deals. I know at least two times during the week that I can bring deals, and I am going to start here with these options. I have a list of them. I just haven't. Yeah, I know where to start. Now I know where to go from there.
That's the best thing we could ask for. We love it. Come on.
I still want that building that's on 183. I see it every day that I pass by there. Alex, you spoke to the gentleman 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, and the for sale sign is still up. It's the commercial property that's for sale and supposedly to a dentist.
Yep, I remember.
Now, let's take some action. Life's short. Let's go. Not only bring a deal, but commit to get the deal in the next 6 months. Let's buy a deal together. Hey, here's the thing, guys. Like Alex was saying, we just did a $7 million deal, and we put none of our money up. So you have the team. All you gotta do is find the opportunities. We'll help you guys put the capital together, right? And I don't say this to brag, but we're gonna build multiple $100 million portfolio, right? We're already on our way.
Bill, whoa. Dude, you're friggin' setting the bar low. Billions.
Billions. But hey, I'm serious. I don't say that to brag. I say that because we are going to do that, right? And we want you guys to do that with us. We really do. If I had somebody telling me this 10 years ago, I'd already do that, but I didn't. It's all here. This isn't the Matt and Alex show. It's the entrepreneur community. It's the entrepreneur show. So we can do this together, and it's going to happen. So plug in as much as you want. But when we get off this call, we're doing a webinar at 6, raising capital, right? We're getting after it, and we would love more help, more deal flow, more people to get involved. And let's have some fun doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. All right, Kat, any more raised hands? Everybody, thank you for joining today. I really hope that y'all gained a lot out of this. I hope that this added value for you. It sure added value for us. There's nothing we'd rather do than spend our time with you and figure out ways that we can go do more together. Like I said, everything we taught today, this is not nonsense. This is not some stuff we made up. This is stuff that we've learned by putting in the work and the action and learning the hard lessons year over year, deal over deal. We have done this, and we've made millions of dollars, millions and millions and millions of dollars doing the things that we taught you today. It is possible for you. Like I said, if I can do it, you can do it. Don't let anybody tell you you can't accomplish what you want. I hope that you gained the one thing that I said I wanted you to learn today, which was just to understand this one simple takeaway, that how simple it is to make money in real estate. There's no secrets. You can do it. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, color of your skin, where you grew up, none of that stuff, what language you speak. It's about you, your hard work, and putting in action. So do it for yourself. Do it for your family. For everybody who took advantage of this offer today, we're looking forward to working together. Thank you for supporting us. I promise that we're going to support you. We're going to go do a lot together, and we'll see you at the next live workshop. And we'll see you in the community. Thank you all.